That's the rig there. It takes a little while to figure out how to work it. Today's date is June 7th, 1980. And I'm interviewing Mr. John Haley at his store in Rangeley Plantation about logging in Rangeley in the old days. Now,
I think I can hear that. Well, the first year I was married, I was down across the Mooshook Mechanic Lake. I had a crew of men, and me and my wife were staying in the camp, and I was running the big camp.
Now, who are you running the camp for?
Huh?
Who are you running the camp for?
Well, I was for the Brown Company. For the Brown Company.
Yeah. Was it the Brown Company then?
Yeah, the Brown Company then. And I was getting out long logs and pulp and landing it on Mooshook Mechanic Lake. And I was there. Me and my wife was there all winter and stayed in the office camp. And she and I kept the books, and we got down to the big camp. We had the cook and the cookee, and we was hauling some birch into Oquasic and putting it on the train and sending it down to what's that place where the Swains had the mill, Swain Reed's mill, down to Swain, Roxbury. Down at Roxbury, down to Swain Reed's mill. We were sending white birch down there, and logs we was loading it on. We was putting the logs onto Mooshook Mechanic Lake and booming them. And
where'd you boom them to?
Boom them right there on the lake. They had to tow them then down up a dam.
And where'd they go to from there?
Go from up a dam. They kept right on going down through to Berlin. Right down through to Berlin, New Hampshire. And then the birch was loaded, white birch we loaded onto the train. That went to Roxbury, mill, Swain Reed's mill, Roxbury.
Just a second. You were telling me about they were booming them. You said there was a boat there that boomed them for you?
The big towboat, the big Berlin was there, and Dave Haley was the captain.
Now, who owned the boat?
Brown Company, the old big Berlin, the first boat they ever had on the lake. And they was towing it down to Upper Dam.
Yeah.
And from there, they was going down through the Upper Dam and down into Esquihos and down into Berlin, New Hampshire.
Now, you said you were in charge of a camp there.
Yeah.
How many men did you have in the camp?
Oh, I probably had teamsters and all. Probably I had 25 or 30 cutters and teamsters and everything.
How many feet wood did you get out that year?
Oh, I got out about half or three quarters of a million of logs and probably 100 cord of white birch. And then I cut wood for Mooshook Mechanic House. That was running strong at the public. I got out 100 cord of wood, and now let me see. I was.
How many years did you run a camp?
2 years. 2 years down there. But I run a camp for them years ago at the Brown Company, years and years ago.
Now, what years would that have been?
Oh, that was back in about 1919 and 1920. Around there, when I was working at the Brown Company and taking charge of them. And then the spring, when we was done logging, we were setting out trees. they had a big tree job where they were setting out, having trees shipped up, young trees, and we were setting them out down to below Bemis, down at this side of 10 degree, that of the summit. I was camping at the summit with a crew of men. And
was it sort of like where you'd already cut? You had to go in and replant?
It already been cut over. We was replanting it. It's been cut over again now.
Huh?
A few years ago, Taggart and Vaughan cut it over, and some other jobbers cut over the trees we set out around 1919, 20, and 21.
Could you describe?
Bemis had a hotel there, and I stayed there some of the time. And then I'd sometimes flag the train down and come to Bemis at night at the flag station at a summit. And I worked for the Brown Company a few years, and then I quit and built a garage for myself. Didn't want to stay in the woods any longer. I logged long enough, and I come up in 1924. I quit, and I built a big garage, and I had 5 or 6 public cars, and a big Cadillac I drove myself, and I had 4 or 5 men, a mechanic, 4 or 5 men around the station waiting on people, and they hauled the gasoline from Waupasik to my garage with 4-horse teams and a cart, and a big wagon that was built for the haul of gas in, and the train went up there.
When was the first year you went to work in the woods?
The first year I started in the woods was, I started over here across the lake. That was quite a while ago. I worked in the woods. I worked in the woods getting out logs for Kempton Lumber Company there. The first, I wasn't only 16 or 18 years old then, and had only a small camp, and we didn't get out but about 300,000-400,000 long logs.
Now, who was the jobber that you were working for at the time?
Well, that was the Kempton Lumber Company. Kempton Lumber Company. That was Rafe Kempton. He never come off the job, but they had foreman for the mill that was overseeing them, so it'd have the right size. And
do you remember what his name was?
Well, let's see. I can't. Now, what was his name? He worked for the CC's. Now, what was his name? You remember, Jack, when you worked for the CC's?
No.
I know him so well. Oh, funny, I can't remember.
Dan Myers?
Huh?
Dan Myers?
No, Dan Myers was jobbing for me, working for me. Dan Myers and Joe Myers was working for me in the woods, chopping logs. And is it all ready to go again?
Yeah.
And towing logs down the lake, they had to run out and anchor, and then wind in, reel in.
Now,
They couldn't tow things.
This is the one for Kempton.
Huh?
This is the one for Kempton?
No, that's the one for Brown Company.
Brown?
Brown Company. Had to go down the whole length of the lake, run down to up a dam, and he had there was side wheeler tours, see, and run out a long ways, and then come back, and then reel to him. Run out a long ways, and then had a thing that you reeled in. They reeled in. They didn't tow. They reeled in. They'd run out, an anchor, and then reel up the anchor, and keep going down the lake that way. Back in the old days.
Yeah.
The old Bellin.
Now, how many men would he have on the boat with him?
Well, he'd have 4 or 5 men.
You remember who any of them were?
Well, Andy Hinckley and Dave Haley was the captain then, and Andy Hinckley used to work on it, and I knew quite a lot of them worked on it, but the old Brown Company men. I forget all the names now. It's been so long. But they had quite a crew on the boat.
Yeah.
They had to tie up sometimes to head wind. And
now, in your camp there, you were talking about how many buildings did you have in the camp?
well, we had the men's camp and the cook camp and the office camp. And then we had the hovel and 6 or 8 horse hovel. We done it all by horses in them days. And we hauled them classic, the white goods in them days.
Did you have like a blacksmith shop or anything there for the horses?
Well, we had, yes, we had, so we could show them. We had the blacksmith outfit enough so we could shoe horses. Because we had to do our own shoeing. I used to do the shoeing. And
now, did you have a dingle running between the men's camp and the cook camp?
no, I don't think so. No, I think they were separate camps. There were some camps that I was running to the Brown Company that had a dingle between them, but this particular camp won.
Now, did you have a wagon there or anything like that?
Have what?
A wagon, a store?
No, we had everything up the office for a store.
And where was the office?
That was up about 100 feet from the big camp, cook camp. And we used to have steep roads. Some places we had to snub, run a snub walk, and where you snubbed, you had a stick, hold wood and trees and a stick to bear you down over a log, so that you could hold your horses blooded back, hold them back in the snub walk. Had a great big snub walk, and the heads people got the legs taken off. George Oakes had his leg taken off, Saddleback, because the long rope, he got into a twist and went round his leg and he went rolling around the trees and it broke his leg. And that was when they was hauling off from Saddleback.
Now, who'd you do that job for?
Well, I was working up there for Claude Lowell then, with with horses. I was working up there with horses
Uh-huh.
when he was logging for, let's see, he was logging up there for the, can't remember who he was logging for up there. He was logging for the, a good many years ago. He was logging for,
Was it the Reddington Mill, maybe?
no, don't know. Mill was going down. It was going down the lake. It was going down into the lake, being landed on the lake and going down to Berlin. Most of the lumber, them days, went down to Berlin, New Hampshire. That went right down from Saddleback, right down through to Berlin, New Hampshire. And, that was, I think, it was Richards that had the big job. Oh, what is that, Richards down in Rumford there, that built that racetrack, remember, Jack?
I don't remember.
Yeah, there was a Richards that was a big logger up Saddleback.
Buster?
Huh?
Buster?
No, nobody chewed ever knows before you was born.
Now,
I was married.
you were saying about the going down over the hill, being snubbed down over there. Were you ever a teamster?
Oh yes, I drove team with a snuff walk.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I've got some hay hills. I've got some bad runs down over the hay hills.
And what was a hay hill?
A hay hill was where you they used to plow the roads. Triangle plow with horses, 4 or 6 horses, and to keep the road straight down and smoothed up, and they'd put hay. And sometimes, if it happened to be a little mite of snow on the hay, you'd get a run. That'd be have a little snow squall, and you was going down over there with horses, you'd get a run while you want to stop. If it wasn't steep enough to stop. Saddleback was pretty steep mountain, some places to be snobbed.
Huh?
And I worked up there 2 winters.
Do you remember what years it was?
Oh, it was 19... I was 17 years old the first winter. And it was about 1918.
Huh?
First one, 1819. I was up there logging 1819 up on Saddleback.
Now, did you stay in the camp up there?
Yeah. Yeah. I stayed in the camp up there. And
Could you tell us a little bit about the camp?
yeah, we had a big set of camps and a lot of men. And Claude Loyal was running the camp, and he was running it for the American Reality Company. Bill Crowell was the head man, and he married Claude Loyal's sister.
Uh-huh.
And American Reality Company was one that was logging up there.
Mm-hmm.
And they logged in a lot of different places. But I worked for them 2 winters up there before I took charge of the Brown Company.
Yeah.
Did I tell about setting out the trees, the Brown Company?
Yeah.
They cut them. They're all targeting bone and cut them. And
Yeah. Now, you were talking about the camp up there. Trying to describe the camp up there on Saddleback.
Oh, that was a big set of camps on Saddleback, right at the dam, right at the Waterworks Dam. Camp was sitting right on the Waterworks Dam. And Rube Wilbur and his crew was working for Steve Willett. They was going down the other way down to Dallas, down Dead River. Went down Dead River. Now she's going down out of Steve Willett. And that's when the enamel mill was running out of Booby Town out to Dallas, Lower Dallas, and all the boobies was there. And Will Dickey was running the mill. Bill Dickey was running the mill, running the enamel mill. He was quite an old man, and he was right beside the railroad track when the railroad track went to Phillips and Farmington, the narrow gauge. And that was a good many years ago when the narrow gauge quit.
Yeah.
Let me see, I can't remember what year that narrow gauge quit, but quit a good many years ago.
How many men were in this camp? About?
Now, which one was that?
The one up on Saddleback you were talking about.
Oh, there was two camps up there. There was one way up by Midway Pond, and there was another one down Waterworks Dam.
Uh-huh.
And there was probably once so many men at the upper camp. There was probably 20 men at the upper camp. In the lower camp, there was probably 40. Probably 40.
Uh-huh.
That's the reality there. And all that lumber was going down into Rangeley Lake, towed down across the lake, and going down to Berlin, New Hampshire. Going down across Big Lake, they had to drive it down through the dam down to Quasic. They had to tow it down to Quasic and drive it down.
Now, was
Down
there
here.
anybody in the camp there that everybody looked up to? Was there one guy who was a super logger or something like that?
Well, Claude Lowell, he was a pretty good logger. He'd logged quite a long time. As I say, he was relation, what's it called, Bill Crowell was the head man of the American Realty Company, and he was the one that was head man of all. Claude Lowell was, but Bill Crowell was the head man of all, the whole American Realty Company in them days.
Huh?
And finally, he, his wife got, he's after a while, when the company changed hands to a different company, Bill Crowell lost his job and lost his wife at the same time, and he married Dr. Bell's nurse down Strong.
Now, in the camp there, could you describe the men's camp there a little bit? You know, like what was in it for furniture or anything like that?
There was no furniture, just bunk beds and pillows and puffs and big wood puffs and big box stoves, and they had a cookee that was keeping the fires going and sawing the wood and keeping the camp warm and everything like that. And they had a feeder to feed the horses. Ike Ellis was the feeder. But all them fellows are dead, all the fellows I worked with. Because I'm 82 years old and they are all dead.
Yeah. Could you tell us?
I was 17 years old. And now I'll be 82 pretty quick.
Do you remember the names of any of the guys that worked with you? That were choppers and teamsters and stuff?
Well, let's see. Andy Hinckley and Everett Hinckley, Montford Oaks, and there was so many of them that I've kind of forgotten. There's an awful lot of them that was working there.
You got another cut. Today is June 8th, 1980, and I'm here in John Haley's store in Rangeley Plantation interviewing him about logging in Rangeley in the old days. Now, you were telling me about some of the different camps you worked at and stuff?
Yeah, I was running the camp out Sandy River, up on George Moore's, old George Moore's farm. There was two George Moore's, but this was George Moore's out in Madrid. And hopefully don't say and I couldn't buy the stumpage off of him, and the land or nothing, and I went on the record, looked up the records, and I found that Frank Butler, Famden, lawyer, owned it. I found out he owned the land, and I went down to see him, and he said yes. He said, the poor old fella don't own nothing. He says, I own it. He says, and I'll sell you the stumpage. He says, I don't have to bother with him. He says he just thinks he owns it, that's all, he says. And he says, you can right into that. He was living out to Madrid then, George Morris was. He says, you can use his camp, his house. You can use his house. Well, I said, how am I going to get in? Well, he says, ain't you got a hammer that you can knock the lock off with? And I said, yes. He said, just knock the lock right off.
Huh?
And go right in with your crew. And so I let Dan Myers the job, and that, see, over money. He was down for me in down here, logging for me down here in Vilgrove, not Vilgrove, but road down here, what's that road down here with Dave Lowers?
South Bog?
What's that, what do you call that road down Dave Lowers?
No, that's alright. You can look it up on a map.
Yeah, I am. And so I put so I let Dan Myers and Joe Myers, Dan Myers' wife done the cooking,
Huh?
and they lived out there in the camp, and they cut the pulp on this Frank Butler's land.
Now, how many men were there in that camp?
Oh, there was only 4 or 5 at that camp, but there was people from Sandy River that was working on the job. He had jobbers in there, and then the same year I cut another lot that belonged to, I think it was Howard Herrick. Yeah, I remember it was Howard Herrick.
And where was
I
this?
cut that lot. That was next to George Moore's lot.
Uh-huh.
So and that was 200 or 300 acres in that lot. And there was 200 or 300 acres in the George Moore's lot. And then I had to had to be landed down on Long Pond and boomed, and had to be landed and boomed down on Long Pond and drove down the river into Rangeley Lake and boomed down there, and so I and a crew, just 3-4 men, I and 3-4 men, drove it. There used to be gates there, I don't know if there is now or not. There was a dam there, and you could get ahead of water. We used to drive it down into Rangeley Lake, and then it went to the ground company.
Mm-hmm. Now, how did you get it across the lake out the long pond there? Did you have a tugboat or something out there to haul the boom?
Yeah, we had to boom it, and then had just a common motorboat to tow it to the dam, then break the boom and let it go down the river. And after it went down the river, with a big head of water, we come along with the rear with pick poles and things, and put it down under the bridge and out into the lake. Leon Oakes was one of the drivers, at pick pole, and his son-in-law was the other one. Leon Oakes, his son-in-law, helped Montford Oakes helped drive it down, and there's another fellow from Phillips, I forgot his name now, and it was an easy stream to drive, and we drove down there and had a boom down there in the fall across the stream and around, so that all we had to do was just, but they called it marrying a boom when you closed a boom. They called it marrying a boom. In the old days, they called it marrying a boom. And then I was logging up on the Oxford Paper Company, and had a boom down in there by Steve Swain's camps, down there in the cove, Greenvale Cove, with Steve Swain's camp, right there. And I cut some off of Steve Swain and some off from the Oxford Paper Company.
And how many men did you have working for you on a job like that?
Oh, I just had 5 or 6 men, and they stayed in the Estes camp. Steve's Estes camp. Of course, Steve got to run the camps long ago. My father owned them then. And my father let me into the Estes camps. And I had a crew of men there, the Estes camps. And then during that same year, I was over at Linwood Ellis's, and I cut pulp and hardwood off of him, and the hardwood went to Pickford's camps, and I had men staying there the old part of Linwood Ellis's house.
Mm-hmm.
And I hauled the wood to Pickford's with hosses. That's back in the old hoss days. Hauled the wood to Pickford's camps with hosses and cordwood, about 100 cord. They burnt a lot of wood in them days. They weren't burning oil in them days. Gas much. That was about 1920 around there. 1920 years. 42. I can't remember exactly. I can't remember all the dates. It's been so long ago.
Huh?
And I'm 82 years old, and I can't remember good.
And what made you first go into the woods?
Oh, well, I could see money. I could see where I could make some money.
Huh?
The timber was good in them days and big. It hadn't been cut over and slashed to pieces. There was a lot of virgin timber. A lot of virgin timber in them days. That's why everywhere where I logged in the last 10, 12 years that I logged, there was a lot of virgin timber.
Huh? Did any of your family work in the woods with you? Like, say your brothers or your uncle or father or anybody like that?
No, my father didn't. He had a big farm. He was running that, and my brothers, Matt worked for me and Bob worked for me on different logging jobs. And 2 brothers.
Uh-huh.
And Scott Searles and Clifford Wilcox.
Now, on these jobs you had here, did you go in and cruise the lots yourself? Or?
Yep. Oh, yes. I went in and cruised the lots myself.
Huh?
I could tell about what there was on a lot when I cruised it. Because my father was always a logger ahead of me, He used to log.
Uh-huh. Now, you said he was on a farm too. Did he work the farm in the summer and then log in the winter, or?
Well, he worked the farm in the summer, and in the winter he cut pulp and cordwood and stuff, and he hauled it to Oquassic, rubbed it on the train, all the stuff. He cut birch and white birch and stuff like that, hauled to Oquassic, and it went to Swain Reed's mill at Roxbury.
Uh-huh.
Just same I told you last night, all that birch that I hauled up across Moosewood Mechanic Lake and on my camp there. Pulp went into the lake and birch went to Roxbury, Swain Reed's mill.
Now, where'd your log material go?
The long logs all went to Kempton Lumber Company.
Uh-huh. And where was that located?
Rangeley.
Huh?
Yeah, and I logged until a fellow hired the mill from the Kempton Lumber Company from Wilton.
Huh?
And I had my contract all signed, and he tried to make me take less than what the contract called for. And I heard Cal McCad say, "You can't fool John Haley. He's got a contract." He says he's got a contract all signed up, and we've got to pay him just what the contract calls for. And he says, this Henry Jackson took over Kempton Lumber Company, and he beat him out of $30,000 out of the mill. Took everything they had in the mill, and he said, and then in the fall, he called me into the bank, and 2 fellows owned the land called me into the bank, Harold McCard and Amber, and wanted me to take another job with Jackson. I says, not by a goddamn sight. I says, he's going to give you fellows an awful trimming, but I says he ain't going to give me a shellacking. He's told you fellows, I heard him. I says, tell you fellows you was paying me too much.
Uh-huh.
And wanted to settle in the last. And they told you couldn't do it, so.
You know, on your operations that you had, did you swamp your own roads? Did you?
The help swamped them all.
Uh-huh.
I didn't do much swamping. All I'd done is take charge.
Huh?
Yeah, all I'd done is take charge. I was running 2-3 jobs out. Some winters. I had 3 jobs one winter, I know.
Uh-huh.
One was down across the lake, McGinnick Lake, and the other. There was one over around the lake here, up on the Oxford Paper Company, and Steve Swain's, and the other one was out Sandy River Pond. I had the horse slide on it. J.B. Cottrell's horse, Frank Doyle's speed horse.
Uh-huh.
I went round with the sleigh, traveling the sleigh. That's a pretty slow process nowadays.
Yeah. You were talking about some of the camps you had and stuff there. Could you tell us a little bit more about them, like the tote roads, like how many roads you'd have and how many twitches long they'd be and stuff like that?
Well, I didn't have no tote roads because I was right on the shore of the lake. Down there. Now, shut that off. We'll get talking.
You said all your jobs were right near the lake shore?
Yeah, most of them was right headed to the lake. Yeah, most of them was bounded on the lake. Lakes and ponds.
Now, how'd you hire your crew? Did you just take some guys that you knew in the town, or?
Yeah. I took some guys I knew in the town and let some of them the job where I couldn't be living on the job myself. I only lived on the job one winter. That's when winter I was married, because we were raising kids. We were having a big family, 9 children we was raising. We raised 9 children. And I raised 4 grandchildren and 9 of my own, and I was pretty busy.
Uh-huh. Now,
And I bought 1,000 acres of land, and I cut a lot of lumber off of that.
now where was this land that you bought?
Oh, I bought land in Rangeley, Dallas, and Sandy River, and Rangeley Plantation. A big lot was. Dallas, I had a few 100 acres in Dallas.
Uh-huh.
I never cut, only just one lot of that, and Rodney Richards, your father, cut that down in back of Lyle Ross's.
Huh?
I let your father, I sold him the stumpage, and he cut the wood down when he was first married. Down in back of Lyle Ross's. Down towards way down towards the pond. And I sold him the stumpage on that. And I don't remember what he done with it, but Rodney Richards. But Rodney Richards had done the cutting on that lot down below Lyle Ross's. But he can't remember. It's so many years ago. I thought one of the first jobs he was done.
Now, you were talking about your driving there on the river.
I had 50 or 60 acres down there back to Lyle Ross's.
Uh-huh.
Let's see. I sold that to Vance Oaks finally after I got it cut off.
Uh-huh.
Rodney cut it off, and I sold it to Vance Oaks. And I've seen it. I bought a lot of Dan Ross to go down in there, I think. I cut that. And I bought a lot of Dan Ross up in Sandy River, his uncle left him. Frank Laughlin left him. And I cut that. Let's see now, who cut that? Oh, Evan Weber cut that plot of land I had in Franklin. I bought of Frank Laughlin. I bought from Dan Ross, the Frank Laughlin lot, and then the Charles Soul place. I bought that and cut that off, and Evan Weber logged that. I sold the stumpage to Evan Weber because he was a big logger up this way. He had a lot of land of his own.
Uh-huh. Now on your, you said you used to have some camps here and stuff. How'd you decide where you were going to build your camp? Was there any specific thing you looked for on the
most
side?
of the places, they was all built.
Huh?
So I didn't have to build them. The camps were all built, you know, so I could get into them from where they was. Them was down across the big lake, down across the lake, there was Brown Company's camps.
Huh?
And George Fanjo had logged in them the year before, but I think he went broke. Logging down there on Mechanic Lake we talked about.
Huh? Well, why would he go broke?
Well, that wouldn't be hard if you didn't look after your jobs good.
Huh?
A lot of white birch had to go up to. He had a set of camps up in Cupsuptic Valley, set of sporting camps. And then he moved up to Canada. He moved up to Canada, and that's where George Fanjoy died, I think. It's up to Canada. I remember.
But there was some bad years there for getting rid of wood.
Yes, had bad springs. The early snow blow. Snow went early. One winter I had to leave 200 cod in the woods down across Mechanic Lake. First winter I logged down there, I had to leave 200 cod. The second winter, I can't remember which. I had to leave 200 cod in the woods, and the Brown Company charged me $12 a cod.
Wow.
Charged me $12 a cod. See, because that's what it was worth in case of fire.
Mm-hmm.
See, that's what they figured they had in it, stumpage and cutting it. Of course, I worked a long time, took charge of the Brown Company years ago. When I first started out, I took charge up Cupsuptic Valley. A couple of winters, I took charge up there. Frank King thought they wanted over with me. And I set out trees for the Brown Company down 10 degrees, down at the summit. They was and then Taggart and Vaughan cut them here 5 or 6, 7 or 8 years ago, 10 years ago. Taggart and Vaughan cut them trees. I set out back in 1919.
Uh-huh.
I set out the Brown Company there. Small trees, just about 6 inches high.
Uh-huh.
I set out, I think, around 1 million trees. The crew, the camp up the summit. When I first got there, I had a boarding house out of Bemis. I'd stay there till we get the camps ready.
Uh-huh.
Had some camps up the summit. And they had a railroad stop up there where you get on the railroad, get on the train, and down to Bemis. That's where you wanted to go. And that was handy.
Is that what you did, like for on a weekend or something, or a day off, or a break or something?
There wasn't no days off, but there was weekends off that I had on Sundays. I didn't work on Sundays. I was up Saturday nights. Train went up Saturday nights, 5 o'clock.
Uh-huh.
And I come right through on the next morning. I come down to Cossack around 7 o'clock. The train went out to the summit at 7 o'clock.
Uh-huh.
Now, Betty's got all kinds of maggots.
You said you were a boss of some camps up in the upper Cupsuptic Valley?
Yeah.
Now, where were the camps?
Well, now let me see. I forgot who was clerking now. Who was the clerk that clerks along and had a bat mountain?
Oh, Maine and Austin?
Maine and Austin. Well, Maine and Austin's camps, I was keeping charge.
Uh-huh.
And that is up in Cupsuptic Valley. And whatchamacallit was really the big boss of the Brown Company. That was Frank King.
Uh-huh.
Frank King and I was great friends. And I think he had a daughter that he wanted me to come and see, but I wasn't very good looking, so I didn't go see her very often.
Now, you were saying there, on a camp like that, like how many men would you have in it?
Oh, probably 25 men.
Uh-huh.
And we was cutting and yard in lumber.
Now, how many horses would you have on an operation like that with, say, 25 men?
Oh, probably we'd have 5 or 6 pair of horses. 10 horses. Good sized set of camps. They was old camps that had been used before. Up Cupsuptic Valley. All through Cupsuptic Valley there was old camps.
Huh?
Some of them was beyond repairing and some of them weren't.
Now, like in the camps you had there, did you repair them?
Oh, I repaired some of them. Them that was in the best shape and the best camps. I repaired them.
Now, you would.
Wenzel, come to think about it, Wenzel was the foreman of Cupsuptic Valley. Stan Wenzel.
Uh-huh.
Stan Wenzel was the foreman of Cupsuptic Valley for Brown Company. The Brown Company paid me out of Berlin, New Hampshire. And I paid out of time bills. I paid them on my job. You couldn't write a time bill for over $300. That was the biggest time bill you could write.
Now, when you say a time bill, what's that mean?
That means a check. That's just a check, Brown Company check.
Uh-huh.
But they paid me out of Berlin, New Hampshire, in a real check.
Now, on these time checks, was that like they got so
They could
much a
cash
day?
it, yeah. They could cash them just same as you could a check.
Uh-huh.
But they couldn't be for over $300.
Uh-huh.
Mine was out real check. Berlin office.
Now, you had to have equipment and stuff for these operations.
Oh, yes.
Now, did you bring your own equipment with you, or did?
Oh, no, there's our equipment.
Uh-huh.
Brown Company equipment. Brown Brown Company had a lot of equipment.
And it, like on your choppers, did they use a double bitted axe or a single bit?
Most of them used a double bitted axe.
Huh?
Used one bit for knotting, and one for chopping. They used to want no such thing in them days as chainsaws. There was crosscut saws.
Uh-huh.
Two-man crosscut saws.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they had a one-man crosscut saw, but you couldn't saw a tree down very well. Saw up a tree with them, the one-man crosscut. Probably you never see a one-man crosscut saw.
No. Can't say as though I have.
I used to have them. I got a lot of crosscut saws now, two-man crosscut saws, and then getting one-man. I think I let your father have some
Yeah.
crosscut saws. I let him have some log equipment I had years ago. I couldn't use. Remember that thing hanging in them old hospitals? No, I had a lot of old hospitals. Up in my blacksmith shop.
Now, like, when you had the horse teams up there, were those your own horses, or did the Brown Company
No,
own
they
them?
were Brown Company horses. Jobless horses.
Huh?
Jobless horses. I had one pair of my horses up there once, and Hayes Stewart was driving them. Won the camps.
Uh-huh.
I had just one pair of horses stepped on him, and Hayes and Stewart was driving them. He's dead now. So
Now, you were a teamster this time too, were you?
no,
No?
I was just taking charge.
Uh-huh.
Telling the men what to do and tell the teamsters what rods to take to haul out the pulp. And we used to land it on the river. Big, big, big streams there, like where it flowed down from Massachusetts Bog Dam. And, yeah, it was
Now, where would the wood go from there?
well, you go down into Mooswick Mechanic Lake, and they'd take it across the lake with a towboat, the old Belling.
Uh-huh.
And Dave Haley was the captain for years of the old Belling, and they didn't tow it the same as you'd think they would. They would run out the anchor and then come back to the boom, and they'd reel it out to the anchor, and then they'd pull the anchor after you got up to the anchor, and run out again and back up to the boom and start.
Uh-huh.
That's the way they hauled the booms. Side wheeler the old Belling was side wheeler.
Uh-huh. Now, did they have, like, a boat like that on going
They
down
had
through
small,
the lake?
small boats on them. Yeah, they had some more small boats. They'd take off in the big boat.
Uh-huh.
This is a big boat. This Belling, the old Belling, named after Belling Brown Company, the Belling, New Hampshire's old big boat was.
Uh-huh.
And then the old Belling got kind of rotted away, and they built another boat to take its place, the Ravel.
Uh-huh.
They built the Ravel down to Bemis. The winter I was working down there. I remember they had Dale Haley down there for a carpenter, and one of his sons, and I can't remember all the carpenters. There were both carpenters there. Captain Rowell was the man that had charge of the boat, building the boats down to the Bemis, right where they landed the boats.
Now,
They built them on the land on a railroad track, and all they had to do was just release the brakes and let them down into the water.
uh-huh.
And they towed down to Upper Dam. So all these logs went down through Upper Dam, down through the Errol, New Hampshire, all down through the building.
Uh-huh. Did you ever go on the drive down through to Berlin?
No, I never went on the drive down through. I never liked to drive, and I was doing something else. While they was driving one thing or another, I was setting out trees around them.
Uh-huh.
There's somebody out there.
Yeah.
This is the end of tape T151.
June
30.
13th, 1980.
Friday.
And I'm visiting Mr. John Haley at his store over in Rangeley Plantation, talking about logging in the old days. Mr. Haley, you were telling me the other day when I was over here about some place where they had camps. Estes, you said it was before Steve took over.
Yeah. They bought the camp up in Estes, the camp that's on the brook there, down next to the lake. Estes, he was a banker,
Uh-huh.
and my father didn't want somebody right in the middle of his land and things like that. But Dick Lamb didn't care. Dick Lamb owned it. Jessie was here today, and God, she's smart and a whip. 86 years old.
Huh? So, Steve Swain bought the camp from Estes?
My father.
The father.
Oh, I heard it. He bought the whole thing.
Uh-huh.
He was right. Armstrong bought it from New York, but he didn't have money enough after he paid for the place. He paid $8,000 for the farm, and he had when he went away that fall, he got George Moore's out to Madrid George Moore's, not Rangers George Moore's, or Dallas George Moore's. He got George Moore's out to Madrid to move the house down where it is now, big house, right upside the road with the barn. Just one side of the road left the barn. And then my father built a lot of camps.
Uh-huh.
And then later on, I had a logging crew in Estes camp.
Yeah, you were telling about that, and I was wondering where it was and everything.
Yeah, it was the Estes camp for the book. Huh?
The only big camp down
Yeah. Yeah, that was big camp upstairs. Only one big upstairs beside the main house.
Now, you said you went into the woods, you went in there to make a lot of money. Did you wind up making a lot of money at it?
Well, I had a crew in there. I made some money. I was logging up on my father's land, and I was logging up on the Oxford Paper Companies.
Uh-huh.
Owned it just beyond my father, toward Bemis.
Uh-huh. Now, where'd your father own from where to where?
Well, he owned, I think he owned 150 acres
Uh-huh.
there. And there's a lot of it on the upper side of the road, and the mustard was on the upper side of the road. The mustard, but it was a small amount on the lower side.
Uh-huh.
And I bought the stumpage off the paper company, and let me see, Livingston Mulberry took the job. Livingston Mulberry, and give oats. So we took the job to cut and haul the lumber and went to the mill.
Now, which mill is this that one?
Kempton Lumber Company.
Kempton?
Yeah. Oh, wasn't a big job. Might have been 75 or 100,000. But I had a job down South Pole too at the same time.
How much do you used to pay for stumpage on a job like that?
Well, back in them days, I think it was $4 a thousand.
Uh-huh.
Or 5, I can't just remember. And paid the pulp $4 a clod stick. Birch, I paid about about $8 or $9 for good birch. And it was worth, I don't remember, probably $20, 25 landed at the mill. That's strong. Cost of manufacturing.
Now this, you said went to Foster's?
Yeah. Cost of manufacturing. This.
Another time I was over here, you were telling me about a boom, putting the boom together and taking one apart, but you never told us how you did it or anything. You just said you did it.
Well, they called it marrying them together.
Uh-huh.
You had a boom chain, and you had one plugged, and then you had to slip it through the other one and plug that after you married it together.
Now, when you say plug, could you describe the chain a little more so?
Well, one end was a ring in it, and the other end was a cross.
Uh-huh.
A cross. And cross with this.
Uh-huh.
It was a cross boom chain. The boom chain had a cross on one end and a ring on the other. I've got some up my garage.
Now, when you took it apart, it must have been pretty hard with all them logs in there. You had to be pretty careful, didn't you?
Well, I didn't take many apart. I put a lot of them together, but I pulled them down to the other end of the lake, pulled them down. Me and Charlie Barry, the old Tipperary,
Uh-huh.
we towed nights most of the time because it was usually headwind in the daytime. Charlie Barry had the old Tipperary. We'd run right into a boom, right in over a boom, that kind of a boaty head, right in over a log, right in over the boom and out again. Or any log in the lake, we'd ride over and
That's a funny fucking boat.
oh, you never, that Tipperary.
I never was temporary.
Yeah, but that went over a boom and out again. The propeller was up high enough so that you could go in and out of the boom and not touch the propeller.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that. Now, who owned that boat?
Charlie Barry, Pinky
Okay.
Barry's father.
Huh?
Well,
Now, when he did this Mr. Barry, what did he do for a living?
Well, when I first met him, he was working down at Mingo Spring Hotel.
Uh-huh.
And he and I used to run around the girls together and go over to his camp. He had a camp over across the lake, beside the railroad track. Nobody could get there only by boat. It's the only way you could get to it. There was no road down the lake. No road down the railroad track. The railroad track went high and
And you were talking about Mr. Berry there. What did he do besides working at the Mingo Hotel?
well, this towing business was after he moved up to Rangeley.
Uh-huh.
He moved up to Rangeley and he and I towed logs. We didn't tow for Kimpton Lumber Company,
Huh?
but we towed for the Oxford Paper Company and the American Reality Company and all of them, and towed them down to the Washing. It's knocked down there. And as I say, that was a great boat where you could jump a boom and not hurt nothing.
Yeah, must have been what boat. Yeah. Now this guy Dan Myers that worked for you. Could you tell me a little bit more about him, where he came from, anything like that?
Well, he was a Frenchman, Dan and Joe Myers. He married a girl out here to Sandy River. And he had a daughter, 2 daughters. One of them died and she was quite young.
Huh?
I forget. She had diabetes. She died when she was probably a dozen,
About 14.
14 years old. And Dan and his wife, she was cooking down here in South Cove, Clyde Ellis Camp. And Dan and Joe was cutting logs, and his boy was cooking.
Huh?
What is that? I can't. That boy's name?
Donald Myers.
Donald Myers was doing the cookie,
Huh?
and his mother was doing the cooking. And I was driving the school bus and taking charge all at the same time. And then I'd done the scaling when Victor Murphy was drunk. He was drunk about the time,
Huh?
half the time or more. And I'd done the scaling.
Did you cheat a little with the thumb there when you did the scaling?
No, you didn't. You had calipers and the wheel.
Huh?
Every time that wheel went round was 5 feet. And then you put it on the middle of the log, and that's what she scaled.
Huh.
You run the length of it and then run back halfway. And that's what your log scaled. But now they scale differently.
Yeah.
They don't scale it. They don't scale that way nowadays. They did in them old days. They scaled with calipers. And I sold my calipers to a fellow old Stratton that was a scaler. What was his name? I can't remember.
Now, you were telling me about the outlet here, the Long Pond coming in under the bridge down here, the Sandy River.
Yeah,
You said that was a real easy stream to drive.
yeah.
Well, what made it such an easy stream to drive?
Well, they had the dam then, and you could hoist the gates and lower them. It was wonderful.
Uh-huh.
They had a good head of water, and there wasn't many places where the wood could get out. Almost all pretty steep down the road. And then had to go under the bridge. out into the lake where the moon was strong. And you see a big pile of, you see a pole and a big pile of rocks and it down on that. I never used to tie the moon on into the to show on one of the moon that pole and a bunch of rocks.
Uh-huh. Now, what made a really hard stream? Like, were there any hard ones you ever drove or anything?
No, I never drove.
Saddleback.
Well, that wasn't a hard stream. No, South Bog Stream wasn't a hard stream, but they thought it was going to, and whatchamacallit, the man that took over Jackson from down in Wilton, Jackson from down in Wilton, when he took over, he said you couldn't drive it out. And it came out awful easy and nice, no job at all, to come right out with a good head of water, awful nice, and over on South Bog Stream.
Why
and
would
he was kind of a miserable fella, and he wanted me to go back the next winter and land some on that stream. I said, I guess not. You caused me a lot of trouble, I says, about getting my money out of the Rangeley Mill Company. I said,
I helped build that pole.
I said, you caused me a lot of trouble about that. They couldn't, held up my money a long time, said you couldn't drive it out, this and that, and I said, come out, it's nice, now you want me to go back and do a whole winter's job. And I said, I guess not for you, mister.
Why did they think it was going to be such a problem?
Well, because they didn't have no dams. See, there was no dams on South Bog Stream them days. There was once, years and years ago. But this, there's no dam then.
Uh-huh.
That's what they want, no dam. There's no stream, and they want no dam. So you could get a head of water on. See a good head of water on. Drive out. But God, she was landed down there in the lowlands where they didn't need the head of water.
I was going to ask you how they got it out. They didn't have
Come right out handsome. And Jackson was tickled with it. He wanted me to write back another winter, land a full winter's job on that South Bog Stream. I said, I guess not. I said, Harold McCad and Amber and me and Jackson was all in the publisher's office, and I said, I ain't going to mix up with Jackson anymore. I says, he'll fix you fellas up in good shape before he gets out of here. I said, right to his face and right to their face. Oh, and then Jackson got mad and went out, and McCad, I stayed down. McCad and Amber says, I think you got a wrong opinion of Jackson. And he trimmed them for $30,000. He trimmed them for $30,000. He took what they had out of the mill and out of the storehouse and everything and moved it down to Wilton. And that didn't get to pay for it, and that's the end of it. They lost their claim for $30,000.
Huh.
And then I wanted some lumber. All they had left was 2 big piles that Jackson hadn't sold. So McCad told me, you can have 1 load of boards. They had 2 big piles left, and set him off, and he says, you can have one load. I said, okay, so I took my big Dodge truck, 4-horse truck, and I loaded it. And I knew I couldn't get out. I knew I wasn't going very far with it. So I loaded her way up in the air, high as we could put the lumber, here, passed it up, and then I laid it. And I knew I wasn't going nowhere. I didn't go only about length of the truck before she went down. Nothing but sawdust, all the walls were sawdust. It's about all that was holding it up. Didn't have too big a load or that to do it. All right, ordinary load. But I had on 4,000 or 5,000. How is this building?
That's what, about 20 feet or more?
Well, probably about 20 feet. And then I knew what I was going to do. See? I had another truck. Dump truck. And I don't know, Jack's, I guess, Dodge truck. Yes, Jack's Dodge truck before you come out of the Army, I guess. Was that before you come out of the Army when I loaded that? Then I loaded that Dodge dump truck. See? With the sharp boards, I loaded the body in, the tailgate, the big body, and I left the tailgate on the same thing, the tailgate for the truck, you know.
Let it down?
No, I didn't let the tailgate down, just let it down, leaving even the body.
Yeah.
See, the rest of the body. And I piled the short ones on the, and then when they come to long ones, I run them right out over. See? Mm-hmm. And then I hooked onto the big rack body truck after I got the other one loaded off that one, and went out through and went home with 2 trucks. Well, but they said I could have 1 truckload, and I started that truckload, but I didn't get far. I went over home here and got the other dump truck, and I loaded her off that truck and hauled her out with the big Dodge. And I had lumber enough to build everything I wanted.
Yep.
My house. Yep.
Now you said you were a teamster at one time, right?
Yeah.
Did you ever get
I used to drive 4 horses.
Did you ever get sluiced?
No. I put near got sluiced up on Saddleback.
Oh, she
And
got
I-
the Band-Aid.
And I was logging up on Saddleback.
We want just
The,
one.
the heel got... No, the 1960. I was 17 years old.
Now you were telling us about this snub warp here. Could you tell us a little more about it? You drew a picture of it here for me. Now, could you explain out the picture a little bit?
Well, here's where you had bored through your tree. You got a long stick to bear down over your. This will run out here. This is the stick. This is the tree here.
Yeah.
And he didn't. George Oakes lost his leg that way. He didn't watch his snub line. It formed a half hitch right around his leg. And followed him around a tree, and he grabbed the tree and went round and round the tree, and the man took a round with it. He was snubbing down.
Yeah. Now you said something about a cant dog they used to put pressure on this with.
Yeah. Camp dog or whatever they had to fit into these holes. They had the holes there to bear down over this rope.
I don't know. There was a rope Did the
Yep.
rope go on top of that stick or below it?
It went below it.
Uh-huh.
You bad down over the stick to hold the horses and the log.
Uh-huh.
You either had a cant dog in one of them holes, or you had a long hardwood stick. Most always had a cant dog.
Uh-huh.
That was when I was 17 years old.
Now this was up on Saddleback?
Yeah.
Now what year did you say that was?
That was, I was 17 years old, and now let me see, when I was 17 years old, it was 1916.
Uh-huh.
1916 when I was 17 years old. I was just a year ahead of each year.
Uh-huh. Now, like on this snub up here where the sticks were, about how high up off the ground would that be?
Oh, that tree was full-grown tree. It never was, the tree was a full-grown tree.
Uh-huh.
And you put your stick in through here, and your walk went round and round and around this tree.
Uh-huh.
And you snubbed them down. But this kinked up and went round his foot.
Uh-huh.
He didn't keep watching it, see?
Uh-huh. Now, how high up in the air would this be? This stick that you put the pressure down on?
Oh, probably about 5 feet,
5 feet?
between 4 and 5 feet.
Uh-huh.
And that's the way you let your horses down. You had a lot of them.
Uh-huh.
And some hills that once were steep, you had hay hills.
Uh-huh.
They had hay hills and men spreading out the hay, and they had men, when there'd be a snowstorm, they'd have men shaking the hay up all the way down these hills.
Uh-huh.
That's in the old days.
Uh-huh. Now, you said you never got sluiced, but did you ever see any of them that did?
Oh, yes.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I've seen them be sluiced. I've had some bad runs. I got some bad runs sometimes when the hay was had a little snow on it.
Uh-huh.
Just a little bit of snow, and had to even get it shaken up when I come down open. And
Now, like, when they went on a sluice, what would be the thing to do? Just to stay on the load?
oh, some of them would dump the load,
Uh-huh.
and I can't remember whether they killed any horses. I was thinking I think they killed a pair of horses on Saddleback
Uh-huh.
Mountain, up on the steep, up above Midway Pond. That's the steep and rock pond,
Uh-huh.
way up almost top of the mountain. That was some awful steep hills. Had to go up round one way and down the other. You couldn't go up over them steep hills. Too steep with your horses.
Uh-huh.
You could come down over it, you couldn't go up over it, see?
Uh-huh.
They'd let you down over the snub up and a couple of bridle chains.
Uh-huh.
Two bridle chains and a snub walk. I've come down over them steep places where they've gone up around, up around Eddie Pond.
Uh-huh. Now, when you talk about a bridle
and Rock
chain,
Pond.
could you tell us a little bit about a bridle chain, what it was and what it was used for?
Bridle chain you put on over your runner. Clevis, it went down over your runner, and then you had this clevis had a ring in it, and a thing that tipped down, and then you could hook it up. When you went to hook it up, you hooked it up into a ring that was in the clevis, and it would stay right there. If you got down foot the hill, then you could kick it off. Kick it with your foot. She'd, or whatever, you wouldn't kick it. If it was hard, you couldn't kick it with your foot, you took an axe. Pound it up. Pound it up on it. I've got some of them I could show you up in my garage. Got some of them today. And some of them, in the old days, didn't have no clevis. They just went round at the chain, and great big hook, and it went right in through you. Went right in through a link. You put a link in through there and put your chain in through, put your hook in through, and them was the old-fashioned ones. I got them at my garage right now. Don't think you're going to store in this summer. That's what you ought to see, is them old-fashioned chains, them old-fashioned ones before the clevis, before they invented the clevis. It'd do you good to see some of that old stuff.
Now you had most of the jobs you talked to me about. It sounded like you were mainly cutting hardwood, were you?
Oh, I was cutting hardwood and softwood too. I've cut both. Days gone by, I've cut and hauled both. But on Saddleback, we was having mostly softwood, hauling off the Saddleback, mostly, practically all softwood. But there was some jobs would be partly hardwood, but we didn't have any on Saddleback. Not in the jobs I worked on.
Now, do you ever see anybody else, like, get their leg hurt or anything like George Oakes did? Anybody when they were working the snub walk?
I never knew of anybody. I can't remember anybody ever getting killed. I can't remember anybody ever getting caught up in a snub walk. They may have in days gone by, but I hauled the biggest load, the single dray, with just two poles and rockers on it, and stakes in middle and stakes in front and behind, and we had a roller behind, and this roller had holes in it, and you reeled this up just as tight as you could with camp dogs, just as tight as you could so as to hold the rods, and the middle, that's why you held your rods in the rough going. You held your rods because you had a roll in the middle where your rope went down through the middle and up around into the front end of your drays, and your back end of your drays had a roller in it, and these holes, cat dog holes. And you had cat dogs, and you had other sticks that you sometimes put in there. You went down just as far as you could, but rolled her down just as far as you could, your camp dog, and then left your holes in there. Left your stick in there and your camp dog both.
Now, when you brought it, you said sometimes you landed it, this wood. Now, when you landed it, what do you mean by landed?
Well, we landed some on the lake, some we landed into boxcars, birch, white birch, we landed the boxcars. It went to Roxbury, Swain Reed's mill.
Now, when you say landed, do you mean you hauled it down there by horse or?
By a pair of horses. Hauled it down by a pair of horses down to Aquasic and put it on the train, loaded it on the train. And sent it down to Roxbury, sold it to Swain and Reed. Swain and Reed had a mill out of Roxbury. That's the first place you come to when you come to Houghton and Roxbury. And
now, when you were hauling this wood out, you were talking about, like when you were hauling the load for the horses, with your long logs and stuff, how would you unload them when you got out there? Well, did you land them like on a yard or something like that?
No, land them right on you could land them on a yard, but I always land them on the lake. And towed them across and they had a towboat. The Kempton Lumber Company had a big towboat. But they towed them across. All I had to do was just land them and boom them together tie them with boom chains. They had a chain and a fid that went down through, and you put a plug in where the fid was. I got some of them old booms there I could show you up my garage now. There was a chain in one end and a fid that went down through, and then you put a plug in down there and it couldn't come out. And you plug both ends so you wouldn't get a kink anyway in your chain, see? You plug both ends, so they had to be tight. The boom chains had to be tight, because they had to be in the logs tight. They had a big boom auger, 3-inch boom auger. The boom auger was 3 inches big. You bored a 3-inch hole. That gives you room for your daughter to come up and see that up my garage. Do you good? You know what them boom chains and the old bridle chains was in the olden days before the levies.
Now, you were talking about the Berlin the last time I was here, and you were telling about them reeling in. Now, when they reeled in, did they have like a winch to reel in?
Yeah.
Or did they have like a capstan, men going around, pulling it around?
No, they had, no, they didn't have that. They weren't big enough. They reeled it in by the power of the boats, the old villains. They had side wheelers on the boat, and they went out maybe 1,000, 2,000 feet. The wire cable hooked onto, and then reeled the boom up, reeled the boat up to the boom, and keep on going out and reeling up all the way across the lake.
Okay, let's see now. Tell me about the snub walk there. How many feet of rope, would you have on that?
Well, you'd probably have 1,000 feet. And it would be about 3-inch rope. It had to be big rope, not to hold the big logs. And I hauled the bully load off a Saddleback.
Now, you were telling about
8 cod a foot.
Wow.
With one pair of horses. Claude Lower hauled 7 cod a foot the year before. And God, he was taking charge the next winter. He says, I couldn't haul skids for you. And so we hauled down to the stream. And the next spring, when the they closed the dam and got the high water, waterworks dam, and got high water, and we landed about 3 miles below waterworks dam.
Uh-huh.
And they drove it into the lake from there down Cascade Stream.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they did it in the old days. There was a time when they hauled it from onto the lake, but they had a big washout, and the lake, the lake went down so low that when they shifted, used to go down way down by Macy Junction. That's where they used to. That was the old outlet. And the next, and then they built a dam at Rangeley. And lower the one down there, and all the booms went down through the dam, down through the Quasit. The Union Water Power Companies.
Now, like in this camp, when they paid you, did they pay you by the day, or how'd they pay you?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Paid me so much a week.
Uh-huh. Now, did this include your board, or did you have to pay for that?
No, that included my board.
Uh-huh. Now, on your jobs that you were the boss of, did you charge board, or was that included in the pay?
Oh, no. The men had to pay board. They was working with a card. They was working with a card.
Uh-huh.
And they had to pay board.
Now, that, you were telling me...
You had to pay your own cook. When you was having charge of a camp, you had to pay your cook. It was the Brown Company had to pay the cook.
Uh-huh.
Paid them in time bills. $300 the biggest time bill you could write. I wrote the time bills, but I got my pay out of the billing office.
Huh? Now, on these time bills, were they like just a check?
And they looked just like a check.
Uh-huh.
And they had them right over here to Rangeley. The Kennebago Company had the same thing. I took charge for them. When I took the jobs for them 3 winters. I logged for Kennebago Company 3 winters, and they paid for time bills.
Now,
And, they didn't. Then when they settled with me, they settled with me over in the bank.
uh-huh.
See, I took it for so much $1,000 to land on the lake and boom. And they had towed over that towboat, the mill, and they settled with me in the bank by the 1,000. I took it so much $1,000, and I let muster it out every winter. I let it out all but the first one that I was married and I logged the Brown Company, I had to pay my own bills, and they paid me once every so often when I was jobbing for them.
Uh-huh.
And that was down across from Haynes Landing down there to Stony Batter.
And now, you were talking to me about that one time, and you said something about they charged you so much a cord,
Yeah.
stumpage, for
Well,
having to leave it there in the woods.
Yeah, I had to leave 200 cord, and they charged me $1,200
Uh-huh. Now,
until I got it out the next year. I
uh-huh.
landed on the lake and boomed it the next year.
Now, when they charged you the stumpage, who measured it?
Oh,
On
it was
how many cords?
already measured.
Uh-huh.
They measured it just as you cut it.
Uh-huh. Now, was that their scaler, or did you
Yeah,
scale it yourself?
No,
or?
they had a scale on.
Uh-huh.
They had to scale them. Come around once a week and scale your wood. Then they give you your pay when you left it in the woods. And everybody was leaving it that year. We had an early spring. Snow all went off. We had an early spring. And Jim Redmond come down to help me haul this wood the 11th day of February and never took his horses out of the barn. And we moved out 1st of March.
Huh.
We moved out the 4th of March, and Jim Redmond never took his horses out of the barn.
Huh.
From the 11th of February, we moved out the 1st of March. Moved the ones in right out. Rock camp.
Now, in a camp like this, like down there for the Brown Company and stuff, say if a man busted an axe handle or something like that, now would they give him another axe handle, or would he have to buy it, or did he
He'd
make
have
his
to pay
own?
for it.
Or
He'd have to pay for it.
uh-huh.
If he busted any tools, he had to pay for it. Those was axe handles, camp dog handles, or anything like that.
Uh-huh.
Any equipment.
Now, did, like any of them make like their own axe handles and can
Oh,
dog
yes.
handles? And,
Yeah, a lot of them made their own.
uh-huh.
They could make their own, or they could buy them, just whichever way they wanted. Out of the one.
Uh-huh.
And I had an office camp,
Uh-huh.
and me and my wife stayed in the office, and we ate down to cook camp.
Mhm.
And there's a man and his wife, and they're both dead now. And they had a little girl down there, and she has taken appendicitis. Sometime the 1st of March, and Gunner Ellis took over the cooking. She was a good cook. Took over the cooking, and for so much a day. I can't remember what it was now. I think it was $2 a day.
Uh-huh.
I think it was $14 a week.
You were telling me at one time when I was over here about the 10 degree down there around the summit there.
That's where I set out trees.
Yeah. Now, do you know how it got its name? The 10 degree?
My God, I don't remember how that's named. It was where the railroad went down through.
Uh-huh.
The railroad went down through, and Ball Mountain, not Ball Mountain, but Elephant Mountain was up. I was up the summit, camping
Uh-huh.
in the spring after we get in logging, the Brown Company up Cupsuptic. I went down there and went taking charge of setting out trees.
Mhm.
And I stayed down at Bemis to the hotel there. The first week of 10 days till we got we had tents and camps and houses and everything up the summit.
Mhm.
That's right near Elephant Mountain. And we set trees out up on the side of Elephant Mountain, and then we went on the other side of the railroad track, went up through by where the road goes now, to Plumford. And they've cut Taggart and Vaughan cut the trees. We set out pine and spruce,
Uh-huh.
and they all growed they had a good many years to grow before they cut them.
Mhm.
And now let's see, this is about 1919. About 1980 to 1919 when we set them out.
Like
There
how-
was little mites of trees. Norway, pine
Uh-huh.
and spruce. We were setting out both Norway pine and spruce.
Now, was the Norway pine native to this area, or did they import them?
Well, I'll tell you, they raised them up to Cupsuptic storehouse
Uh-huh.
and shipped them up there to us. And some they shipped over from Belgium.
Mm-hmm.
And probably 50 years later, they cut them.
Uh-huh.
I get involved.
Now, like how many men did you have helping you set them out?
Oh, I probably had probably 15 or 20 men.
Uh-huh.
Set them out with gobbles.
Uh-huh.
And then you'd strike into the ground the grub hole and set your tree in and just tread it into your heel.
Uh-huh.
See, just strike into your grub hole and break it down to the ground with your grub hole, and that'll make a little place in the ground, and you put the root of the tree in the ground because they're little small trees, you know. Unless they want taller than that.
And that's what, about 6 inches or so?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Like, how many trees would you set out a day about?
oh, probably about 500 or 600.
Wow. Now, how many days were you there doing this?
Well, now let me see. Approximately 4 weeks.
Uh-huh. So it was quite a long period of time then.
Oh, yes. Yeah, quite a long period of time. And I'd come down, we had a station at the summit, and I could ride down to the hotel every night. Anything I wanted.
Uh-huh.
We didn't have no Indian, like cigarettes and tobacco and candy and that stuff. They had a store right down on the lake.
Huh?
Old Captain Backer owned the old Captain Backer. That's the first hotel he run. And the next place, Captain Backer, he got out of the hotel and everything. He had a boat.
Uh-huh.
He run a boat, passenger boat. And Upper Dam used to come in there, the train running there, and Upper Dam used to come in there, and they used to come in there and get groceries and things off the train and everything. And they had a railroad track from the train right down to the boat, right down by the boat.
Uh-huh.
And then Captain Barker sold out his hotel, and they started in to build a towboat there, too, that same year. Captain Errol, old Captain Errol, was building a towboat. He built the Errol, and he built the let him took the place of the building now.
The Frost, maybe?
The Frost.
Uh-huh.
He built the Frost there.
Huh?
He built the Frost and the Rowell. The Rowell went up a dam and down into Sebago Lake, I believe.
Uh-huh.
And the Frost stayed right on, took the place of the old building. They sunk the old building,
Uh-huh.
took the engine out of it and sunk it through a side wheeler. Dave Haley was the captain for years and years and years. Till about the time he died, he had one wooden leg, but he was the captain.
Uh-huh.
And
Now-
Andy Hinckley worked for him on that, and the McCormick brothers. And then after Dave Haley got done on the building, I don't think he ever run the Frost. The Frost, the McCormick brothers, Tom and Wallace McCormick, they took the Frost
Uh-huh.
and they towed pulp up and down the lake, the Frost, just same as the old building. And they didn't tow it. They run out and then reeled up to it.
Uh-huh. And Hayes Stewart worked on that. He told me one time when I interviewed him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Hayes Stewart worked there. He and Andy Hinckley. Hayes Stewart and Andy Hinckley worked for the McCormick brothers. They didn't work for Dave Haley because they weren't old enough.
Uh-huh. Oh, you had to be like a certain age to work on the boat or something?
Yeah. And didn't have no young kids working on it. The youngest they would have was probably 21, 2 years old, might be a cookie.
Uh-huh.
And of course they had the cooks. They lived right on the boat, you know. Had sleeping quarters right on the boat, the same with the house. They was big boats, you know. Big's a house. Big's a good big house.
Now, how long would they be on the boat?
Oh, they'd have to get them, count how many booms they had to tow into up a dam. They towed them down up a dam and left them, and they run them down through the upper dam, run down to Berlin, New Hampshire.
Uh-huh.
They took them down the water, down through Middle Dam and Upper Dam and Sebago Lake,
Bago or Umbago?
Embagog.
Uh-huh.
They went down through Embagog and run down through to Berlin, New Hampshire, all by water.
Uh-huh.
They had a lot of dams there.
Uh-huh. Now, like, you said they used to make more than one boom down through there some years?
Oh, yes. Yes, they might have. McCormick brothers, they started in logging early, and Welch and Errol was logging, and Porter, man the name of Porter, Thomas. Porter and Thomas was logging. They had to tow their boom, long logs, down Cupsuptic Mechanic Lake, down below the railroad track. Railroad used to run down through there, you know.
Uh-huh.
Down on the railroad, on the west side of the railroad. And Adams and Antoon and Lee Haley and Ed Abbott had a camp. And now let me see how many more had a camp. So many that I can't remember all of them.
Uh-huh.
Wilson Grove, and Warren Thomas, and Adam Canton, and Lee Haley and Ed Abbott, and
Well.
they had so many camps, the whole length of that lake, I can't remember.
Uh-huh.
This is the end of tape T1519, accession number 1384. Northeast Archives of Folklore and Oral History, accession number 1384, tape number T1520, copy of an original cassette.
2nd, 1980, and I'm over at John Haley's store in Rangeley Plantation talking to him about logging in the old days. Last time I was over here talking with you, you were telling me about you didn't go on the drive all the way down through to Berlin. You said you didn't like it or something.
Yeah. Yeah, I just went all far as I went, told the log to a crossing. Long pond.
Uh-huh.
I landed them and boomed them along pond and drove them down through long pond stream. I don't know what they call that stream down to the bridge. What they call that stream now. It comes out of Long Pond, and we're driving down through Long Pond, logged up way up in back from Oxford Paper Company, and we had to land them on the lake and then drive them down.
Huh?
And we had to catch them down in a boom and boom them and take them down to Quasic. Then there was Union Water Power's water, and Union Water Power built a big dam. You had to go all through the Union Water Power's dam. Union Water Power had to control all the way down through to the they had to control the water.
Now, who took them after you left them in the closet?
The Brown Company.
Uh-huh.
The Brown Company drove them down through and boomed them out.
Uh-huh. Now, where'd they take them to?
They took them down to Upper Dam.
Uh-huh.
And down through Esquihos, all the way down through the building, drove them all the way down through the building. And rivers, lakes, all the way down through the building. And dams all the way down through in them days.
Did you ever hear any tales about the drive or anything?
No, I never heard much about the drives. When I was taking Chad to Brown Company, I was in a logging camp.
Uh-huh.
And then they was landed on the lake. And then Dave Haley, my grandfather, was the captain of the Old Berlin.
Uh-huh.
And then after he died, they had two brothers, McCormick brothers, Tom McCulloch and Wallace McCulloch was the captain and the engineerman. But Dave Haley was the engineerman for as long as he lived, and he only had one leg. And the other one was a wooden leg. But he was the first captain that was towed logs down the lake, down Upper Dam. And they went down to Upper Dam and Middle Dam, and all the way down through the building on them different watersheds.
Now, did they have like other boats on the other lakes to
Oh, yeah.
down through?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they had boats on all the lakes. The big boats was on the biggest boats was all on Cupsuptic Lake. And they had after they sunk the bill in it, after it got too old, haul logs and wore out, and they built another boat down to Bemis. I was there when they was building the boat, staying at a Bemis hotel.
Now, did they have any other big boats like that on, like, say, Ziska Haas or
They
Big Hog or anything?
they had the Rowell down on down below off a dam on that. I forget the name of that lake now, but they towed up a dam down through the Escahos. They had the Rowell, and I forget what the name of that one that took the building's place.
Wasn't there a Diamond and a Frost?
The Frost. The Frost took the place of the building. They sank the building. And the Frost took the place of the building. H.P. Frost. But the Frost wasn't big, this building. But the McCulloch brothers handled that.
No.
Wallace was the captain, Tom was the engineerman. Wallace and Tom McCulloch. And they used logs in the winter. Wallace and Tom McCulloch was walking. And I used to haul the men down across the lake to the 7-passenger Buick. The snow got too deep. And one night I ate supper with Tom McCulloch first time he ever asked me to eat supper with him. And then, that night, about 11 o'clock, he died. He was just as well and had a good supper and everything. And then, of course, he was helping his brother run the camp. And so they sent for the undertaker. And I always done all of Wallace McCulloch. After Tom died, all of his toting around his cars. I hauled the singers up. We used to have singers, the Catholics have singers at the funeral. They had a big crowd, and that's how Rose Jakes got her husband running to Maine down to Bald Mountain Camps. And I know when she was a girl, I lived down at Posse 2 winters. And kept horses down there and hauled birch up through Posse.
Now, you were telling me one time about down there in the spring when they had to drive, they had a lot of camps going at the same time or something?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they was kind most of the time, the year round. I didn't cut the year round, but a lot of them did.
Tell me about the other camps worked the whole winter long. When you were down at Bemis there, down on the big lake.
All the camps all went along.
Huh?
McCormick's had the camp, and that fellow sold cars down Rumford. What the hell was his name there? I don't know whether he's still living now. Oh, Jesus. And whatchamacallit had 3 camps going. Old man. What's that French fellow that lives next to the post office?
Dumas?
Dumas. Arthur Dumas had 3 camps going. The Brown Company.
Uh-huh.
Brown Company owned all the land. And they was driving that part of it and truck it. He had the camp at Massachusetts Bog Dam. That was near the Canadian line.
Uh-huh.
And did you have that snapped on?
Yeah.
And that was way back in about 1921 or 2. And then the Brown Company had some camps of their own. They had some men taking charge all up through Cupsuptic Valley, up and Bill and whatchamacallit was cooking up that fallen one camp there.
Bill Fraser?
Bill Fraser was cooking up that one camp. That was the way you went. Massachusetts Bog Dam by this camp. I forget the name of that pond up there. His camp was on a pond, and I forget what pond was on now. It's been so many years.
You were telling me about some camps down there on the big lake. The same year you were cutting down there, you said there was a whole bunch of them, like Abbott and somebody had a camp down there. And
yes, Ed Abbott and Lee Haley and Adams, Hinckley Adams and Antoon was logging down there. 3 of them. And Porter, man by the name of Porter and Thomas was logging down there, and Welch and Burrow was logging down there on the big lake. And
now, did these camps ever compete against each other? You know, like they'd say, "Well, we cut so many cod this week," or something like that.
well,
Did
they
you ever
was
have any competition?
they was cutting it in long logs,
Uh-huh.
towing it down to Bemis, and they had a mill down there where they sawed it up into 4 foot and shipped it out on the train. And it went to the white birch, went to Roxbury, and the pulp went to Rumford, Oxford Paper Company. They shipped her all down on the train. All that went to the Oxford Paper Company. What went the other way went down Upper Dam, down through the Zeski House, down through to Berlin, Berlin, New Hampshire, where the mills was.
Now, how did they decide what was going to go to Oxford and what was going to go to Berlin? Was it
Well,
cut on the different companies' land? Or?
Yeah. Yeah, somebody's cut on Brown Company land. Somebody was cut on Wheatland's land.
Uh-huh. Now, which Wheatland was this?
Oh, this was Richard Wheatland's.
Uh-huh. Now, how many men would you say were in all them camps here? Like, you know, all together, how many men would be working in that area in 1 year?
Grondon had a camp there. Grondon and let's see now where the camp. Somebody had the camp up Cupsuptic stream way up there. When he died over in Berlin, New Hampshire. Fellow that I used to do a lot of business for us, had a lot of horses too. What the hell was his name? I wish I could remember his name. But I forget them things many years. Now, let me see. Many men logging Rumford, different places.
You seem to say most of the jobbers came from other areas?
Yeah, it comes from everywhere.
Uh-huh. There weren't that many from Rangeley, or?
No. Frank Burrow was from Rangeley, and Welch was from Stratton, and Lee Healy and Abbott. Lee Healy was from Rangeley, and Abbott was from Stratton. And let me see now. Inclin Adams and Toole was all from Rangeley. They all three together walking. Grondon, he was logging right there to Macy Junction. He was a Frenchman. And then up South Bog Stream, I forget. As much business I'd done with him. He had a hell of a family. He had 10 or a dozen kids, and his name was Ed Abbott was logged in, and now, why can't I remember that fellow logged up South Bog Stream there? They had 2 or 3 different camps up there. I can't remember all them camps was. Lyle Ross and Louis Lamb had a camp up there. Lyle Ross and Louis Lamb, they was hauling logs. They was hauling pulp.
And where were they at?
They was up South Bog Stream. They bought a pair of horses off my father. And Louis Lamb had a pair of his father's. Some way up by the pond up in there. I forget their names. Sometimes I can't remember who that Frenchman was. I done so much business with. But died over in New Hampshire. I sold him a goddamn lot of horses when he was in New Hampshire. But I can't remember. When he was logging over in New Hampshire, it's kind of funny I can't remember him. He was up.
That's all right. Were there any other jobs like the rest of the way around the lake, or were they mostly centered on that part of the lake?
I let Melbury have a job down here on the Oxford Paper Company between Bemis's and Steve Swine's up in on the mountain. And then the mill company had a job out the Long Pond, and Lee Haley had charged that. And they was hauling it to the mill company when the mill was up. And I cut 3 years to the mill company. Out here.
Now, the way you talk, it seems like most of the cutting was done on this side of the lake.
Yeah.
Was the other side already cut, or why didn't they cut the other side?
I cut some on the Ellis farm 1 year. And,
but like that stuff over there had already been cut before?
Yeah. Yeah, I cut the Ellis farm was a big farm, 500, 600 acres. I cut a lot on that. And I cut a lot in Sandy River Foundation up on Oaks Hill.
Who'd you cut that for?
I cut that for that fellow outside of Phillips. Oh, what was his name? I used to sell my stumps too. I sold a lot of stumps to him. What the hell was this? Evan Weber. I had a lot of land up on Oaks. Neville. And I cut the child's soul place. I owned the child's soul place. I cut that off and sold it to Evan Weber. And I cut the Henry Havel place off, sold it to Evan Weber.
Now, did this Weber have a mill or something down there?
No, but he was finishing these big mills down the line. He had a contract with the big mills down the line. I can't remember the name of them mills.
No, what did he do? Put the wood on the train or something and haul it down? Or?
Some of it went on the train, and some of it, I guess, was some of it was hauled by trucks.
Now, how'd you get it to the train from out on Long Pond?
That they cut out Long Pond there. Most of that was trucks. And it went down by truck. And except what was the other side of the pond where there wasn't no road, no truck road in them days. Frank Burr was the camp over there. He cut a lot of pulp, and I drove it.
Uh-huh.
I drove it down the Sandy River stream,
Uh-huh.
and into the lake, boomed it out, hauled it down to Quasi,
Uh-huh.
tied it up down there to the Mountain View, where that dam was. The Union went up on the dam. Dam's right there now.
Uh-huh.
Just beyond the bridge, just down below the bridge.
Yeah. Now, did you ever drive any the other way down through from Sandy River Pond down the other way? Down the Sandy River?
No. 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 No.
You know anybody who did?
No, I don't see nobody drove down that
Uh-huh.
river. I don't think there was water on that much of the time. Drive. They used to haul most of that. Guide it down to the road. Horses. Haul it. They had 600 acres there. John Lincoln, and a fellow bought it and cut it. And he was a Jew.
Uh-huh.
And his brother used to peddle stuff. I can't remember his name, if I go to hell. Jew come in here in his early days, years and years ago.
Do you remember Warwick?
Aunt Jakey the Jew used to peddle. Oh, Warwick ain't old enough. Jakey the Jew used to have packs he used to peddle around to different houses. And he stayed around different houses. Sold a lot of stockings and shirts,
Uh-huh.
stuff like that. And he went round to logging camp some. Frank Sprague and I went up to logging camps up at Kennebago, around the Kennebago Lake and Little Kennebago Lake, and they was logging up there big, and I went up with him. You used to have to go up with a horse and a sleigh in the winter time, and I went up with him. We'd play poker at night, and we'd sell. He was selling watches.
Uh-huh.
Watches. He was working at the drugstore. But he died after about, he and Joe McClafty was in together there. Bought Riddle out. Harry Riddle out. Riddle and his brother first opened that drugstore in Rangeley. And we used to sell watches and different kind of jewelry, clocks and watches and all kind of stuff. We sell the jewelry.
Huh? Now, on stuff like this, you'd take it to the camp and you'd sell it to like the Mongan or something like that?
Yeah, everything.
Uh-huh.
We were selling out everything. Razors and watches and clocks and I can't remember. We knew these folks were cooking these camps. Lou Prescott was took into one of the big camps.
Uh-huh. Now, who was he working for?
He was scaling.
Uh-huh.
He was scaling for the, yeah, I guess the Stone Fingers owned all that wild land then. I guess he was scaling for Stone Fingers. And we used to go up there once every couple of weeks and sell them all kinds of safety razors and common razors and all kinds of things.
Uh-huh.
Frank Sprague, when he was a young fella, he died of cancer.
Uh-huh.
And his daughter was just a little girl then. That was Marcy Sprague's girl, you can't remember her. Lived right there where the meat cutter is. That's the old, that's where the meat cutter is. Big house.
This is the end of side 1 of the original cassette. Continues on side 2 of original cassette.
Charlie Berry hauling the logs up the lake here.
Yeah, Charlie Berry and I hauled the logs up the lake, and we had a place to sleep on the bow of the boat with blankets and something like a bed up in the bow of the boat. He run the boat part of the night, and I run the boat the other part of the night.
Uh-huh.
I run the boat the first part of the night, and he run the boat the last part of the night. And we took turns. We slept. But we had to tow nights because, most of the time, nights because of the head wind in the daytime. So we couldn't. So we had to hitch up in the daytime most every day and come back to town. The boat he had, we could jump over the boom and jump out. We could jump over the boom and jump out. The old Tipperary was, the name of the boat was the old Tipperary. We used to go on picnics and we used to go over to his camp. Nights sometimes when we weren't towing. And we'd have a girl apiece. And there was no way of getting over there, and we'd have a little party over there at the camp, and there was no way of getting over there only by boat. There was no road went down the lake. The railroad track went down the lake then, and down inside the lake, run down. There's a station to Pausick and a station to Macy Junction. Two places where you could get on the train.
Now, you were telling about you and some Frank Sprague just,
yeah, we went up all through the woods, up around Kennebago Lake, Little Kennebago Lake, and Big Kennebago Lake, and all around the woods. Now, what did we start?
You were talking about you and Frank Sprague there going out selling watches and stuff. Now, did anybody else besides you guys go around selling?
No, not in the old days. They had some fellas that was way up on the way to Berlin there, in the Wilson's Mills. They had men selling stuff up in there.
Uh-huh.
To the logging camps and around. We didn't go up there and sell anything. I used to go up there and trade horses with the Brown Company men. There was logging up there for the Brown Company. Sometimes I had to go across the line, the Hampshire line, with horses.
Uh-huh.
And sometimes it was this side of the line. Now, let me see, what is that old man's name that owned Saddleback Camps. That was one that married. He married that girl that Bob had for a housekeeper there. Matt had for a housekeeper there. What was her name?
I can't remember now.
She was Hugh Madison's daughter.
Yeah.
But she'd been married. She married Carson Nile. She kept house for Matt as long as Matt lived. Then she kept house for his brother there. What the hell was his name? Matt's brother there. What was his brother there? It was Alan, let's see, what was that? Let's see, Alan and, now who was Matt's boy there? Matt had a couple of boys. One was named George, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That's the oldest one, wasn't it?
No, those were Bob's boys, weren't they? George
Yeah.
and Edward?
Yeah. But Matt had two boys.
Oh.
And hell was their names? Gordon
Lewis?
Gordon Lewis. Yeah, Gordon and Lewis. Matt had them two boys. And now they're contractors and builders.
Uh-huh.
And,
On these horse trades here, you didn't ever make any shady deals there now, did you?
no. No, I sold a lot of I sold thousands of cattle and horses for 40 years.
And you didn't ever rook the Brown Company none, did you?
Oh, I used to sell the Brown Company horses, but I didn't get my check. Brown Company and the Oxford Paper Company and Arthur Dumas and all them loggers. I sold horses to. Later on, I used to truck 4 horses at a time. Dead River Company. I used to sell horses to them and buy horses from them and Harold Haig, I used to sell and swap horses with him when he owned the Arnold Trail Inn Hotel. And him and I done a lot of business together. Harold Haig and A.B. Sargent and me done business. A.B. Sargent was a big logger over in Stratton way.
Uh-huh.
And Harold Haig was a big logger. And now you sell horses way up to King Bartlett. And haul them way up there with the truck. Horses and cattle. I financed them cattle there for years, King Bartlett. A fellow for years and years. And buy them back in the fall. Sometimes I'd buy the pigs back in the fall. Have young pigs and he'd grow them up, be big pigs, and I'd buy them back. And I'd sometimes sell him horses and then buy them back in the fall. And that's up King Bartlett. That was on, I think King Bartlett Lake, I think that was. Now the telephone company owns that. And
Now, you wouldn't happen to know whose land they were cutting on, like Sargent and like those, would you?
Sargent was doing a lot of cutting everywhere on everybody's. They, let's see now, the Sylvesters, they cut across. I owned a tract of land across the river The first thing I knew, they had my land all cut.
Uh-huh. Now, which river is this?
That was the river that runs down through Stratton. What the hell is the name of that now?
The Dead River?
Yeah, the Dead River. And they was cutting the white birch and hauling into the mill at Stratton. And then the long logs, there was another fellow running the mill there. What was his name? I forgot that man that run the long log mill there. He had a great big house just beyond where I used to town to Stratton Village there. What the hell was his name? I used to do business with all them fellows over at Dead River there when they was clearing the flowage. They flooded out, they flooded out Flagstaff and lower Dead River. They flooded out all them places. And quite a few towns they flooded out. And they made them big lakes out of them.
Now, like, you were talking about the Dead River. Do you remember the drives they used to have on that?
Oh, yes. Yeah, they used to drive right down through from Dallas, lower Dallas, right down through to those big companies there that was way down the line. Oh, what was them big companies there? Evan Weber used to finish them with lumber. I can't remember those big companies. There was a lot of big companies down the line there.
Didn't Hudson have a lot of land over there and stuff?
Yeah, Hudson Boat and Paper Company. They was logging over there. They had a lot of camps going. I used to finish the camps with huskies. And then this spring I'd buy some huskies off them. And they get down in the woods.
So like you'd sell them to them in the fall for them to use?
Yeah.
During the winter, and then you buy them back in spring?
Yeah. And they... I sold them an awful lot of huskies. And I bought an awful lot of them back. I bought several $1,000s worth of back, and the fellow that was taking charge, I said, who will I make the check out to? I can't remember his name. I don't know why I can't. And he lived up Bingham way. And he was a new man taking charge for the Dead River Company. And by Jesus, I says, who'll I make the check out to? He says, make it out to me. And I did, for all them goddamn hussies. Good many $1,000. And when they come to settle up with him, he owed them several $1,000s on these hussies, and one thing or another. And he went down to Bingham where he lived, and he killed himself. He'd spent so much of their money, spent all that money. Then I bought some hussies of Ken Packard, and I bought 4 nice hussies of Ken Packard. One spring I bought lots more than that, but I bought 4 one time, and Jack and Dinner Blodgett went after them, and I sent a check over for them. Made it out to Ken Packard. Ken Packard sent it right back. He says, you tell John Haley he to make the check out to Dead River Company. He says, I don't want to get into the scrape and have to kill myself, same as the other fellow did that was taking the charge for Hudson Pulp and Paper Company. He says, I didn't want to have to kill myself. So he says, you tell him send the check over, you take the horses, and you tell him mail me over the check. And then I hauled a lot of cattle from Scott Jones, I think his name was, and I bought all the cattle he had. And God, I didn't have my checkbook with me for some reason or other. In another car, and I had this 4-horse truck. I hauled the whole goddamn load of cattle, 7 or 8 head of cattle. And he says, well, send it back. Bring it over the first time he came over, so I did. And his wife left him for a man that owned the garage over there. He had a goddamn pretty woman. And this, hell was this fellow's name, that owned that white front garage at that time. He was a great big fellow. He got killed a while ago on the bridge somewhere down south, I forget where. Just got killed the other day. And he took this fellow's wife, and I'll be God, this Jones's wife, and I'll be goddamned if he didn't kill himself. After he took one away, way off down the line, and sold his white front garage out. Jesus, that's funny. I can't remember that fellow's name. Errol owned it once. And I can't remember. There's quite a few different fellows owned it. But this is a great big fellow. And I forget his name. He left his wife. And this girl was quite a lot younger and quite a lot better looking as Jones's wife. And so he killed himself.
Now, did you raise all these horses yourself that you sold, or did you buy them from other people?
I bought them from other people. I didn't raise any horses. I didn't raise no horses. I bought them and sold them. Bought them from these big horse dealers like Dwight Edwards. Dwight Edwards was a big horse dealer, on the biggest horse dealer in the state of Maine, down to Lewiston one time. And then there was other horse dealers in other parts. In the eastern part of the state, Sylvester, Hugh Sylvester, and his father-in-law was the one that had the big, he was very rich, and he married his daughter. And he and his father used to be together over Stratton, but he left his father and married this man that was the biggest horse dealer in the state, and had a lot of money. And of course he got his date now. By Christ, he's moved to Florida, and I didn't know he'd moved. He used to be deputy sheriff over there in Stratton for years. Then he was deputy sheriff after he went down to, the place he went to was down below Farmington, quite a number of miles. What the hell was the name of that place? There was a lot of horse dealers down there. I can't remember all them horse dealers' names. Hugh Sylvester was one, and
you used to live on a farm, and you used to have a farm.
Yeah, yeah.
Now, like, did you take any of your vegetables and like that you grew? Did you ever take them around to the camps?
Oh,
and sell
yes.
them
I
and
used to
stuff?
peddle vegetables and live my horses and cattle, sometimes nights, and work my garden through the day. And I had a big panel body truck that I used to peddle my vegetables all around the hotels. That's back in the days when meat was scarce, and I killed 75 chickens a day for years, till the meat got more plentiful. Yes, them hotels was all going strong. Of course, after a while, the hotel all went out of business, same as the lake house.
Yeah.
I used to sell the lake house stuff. All the big companies, all the big. Upper Dam, I used to ship down to them. There was no road down them days. And I used to sell to Haynes Landing, Ball Mountain, and private camps besides, and the Barker, and there was so many, all the camps around Mooslook Mechanic Lake and Rangeley Lake. And through all over Rangeley, I used to peddle vegetables and chickens and everything, all kinds of garden truck. Strawberries, I had a half an acre of strawberries that I got the post office on a bid. A fellow robbed them, didn't take them, and Shag Fraser asked me to give him a bid on them. And I gave him a bid on the strawberries, $4 or $5 on 1,000, I think, 1,000 plants, or 5,000, I can't remember which now, but there was an awful bunch of them. And I used to raise strawberries to beat hell along with my vegetables.
Huh? Now, you worked in the woods. You said that one time when I was over here about 1917 or so in that area.
Yeah.
Now, during World War I, did they have a hard time getting men to work in the woods?
Yeah. Yeah, I was drafted in World War I.
Uh-huh.
But I got my legs cut right off before I come out of the woods in the spring. I was loosening up wood, picking up wood in the bed truck and letting it down to the drays there, all the horses in. The fellow struck in between the two sticks, cut my kneecap right off.
Uh-huh.
And I went on crutches for 6 or 8 months. Dr. Colby sewed my kneecap up, punched a hole in my kneecap, 3, 4 holes on each side of my kneecap, sewed it up without taking any anesthetic.
Uh-huh.
No, nothing to numb the pain or nothing. He used to pull my teeth, not give me nothing for it, nor inject nothing in my teeth. They was rough in them days.
Now, you must have had a hard time, like, finding crews and stuff in those days, didn't they? Finding enough men to have crews and stuff?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Men were scarce back in World War I. As I say, I was drafted in World War I. World War II, I was too old.
Uh-huh.
I was too old. I was past 40.
Now, who'd they get to work in the woods during this time?
Well, everybody, boys and old men, and
Uh-huh. So they had, like, a lot of young fellas and older fellas working in the woods at this time?
yeah, they had to be old fellows that was too old for the draft.
Uh-huh. Now,
And
how old would that be?
And young fellas that were too young for the draft.
Now, what age would that be about?
about 16 years old, and then old man was past 40.
Uh-huh.
And there weren't so many of them in them days. There weren't so many men around.
Now, did the operation slow down a lot during this time? Did they have like the mills slow down their production and stuff
Yeah,
because of the lack of people?
yeah. Yeah, they slowed down a lot. Some of them shut down.
Uh-huh.
They couldn't get enough help. They had to take young boys in certain places to help in some mills. There was a lot of mills one time.
Uh-huh. Now, did this cause a lot of them to go out of business and stay out of the business?
Well, it caused some of them.
Uh-huh.
Some of them went out of business.
Do you remember the names of any of them companies?
No, I don't seem to remember the names in them companies. There was so many companies
Uh-huh.
that I forget the names of the companies. And
You remember Spalding? Used to live over in Stratton. He used to be a big jobber.
yeah, Dave Spalding. Yeah. His father bought Langtown.
Uh-huh. What was his father's name?
I can't remember what his father was working at the Dead River Company.
Uh-huh.
Head man of the Dead River Company. And Dave Spalding married a girl around Stratton. And he used to take charge of the Dead River Company. But finally, he and Ken Packard didn't get along, and so he let him go, and Spalding bought this Langtown farm and put him up there to cutting pulp and stuff up there. And then I guess Dave Spalding's father died, I think. And Dave Spalding sold it to the Boise Cascade for $2 million. He paid $40,000 for it. This head man, Dave Spalding, was a father-in-law. I can't remember which it was now. It's either his father or his father-in-law that bought Langtown. And Dave Spalding logged it about every year. Got a lot of logs on it.
This is the end of tape T1520. Northeast Archives of Folklore and Oral History, accession number 1384, tape number T1527, copy of an original cassette.
July 8, 1980, and I'm over in Rangeley Plantation at John Haley's store, interviewing him about logging in Rangeley in the old days. Now, Mr. Haley here, I brought a map over with me. It has the upper Cupsuptic quadrangle in it here. Now it lists some camps and stuff on a tote road. Now last time I was over here, you were telling me you used to tote up in this area?
Yeah, not New Hampshire line.
Uh-huh. And did you ever go all the way up here? Up in the Oxbow, up the Canadian line?
Let's see. No, I don't think I got up the Canadian line. Well, I was Massachusetts Bog Dam. That was pretty close to it. Canadian line. That was within probably half a mile.
Uh-huh.
Went it out.
Now, on some of these camps, do you know who was running all these camps and stuff here?
Oh, Arthur Bemis was the head man. He had several camps.
Uh-huh.
He had three or four camps.
Now, did you ever tote to this place called Burrell's Camp on here?
Yeah, and Frank Burroughs.
Frank Burrell?
Yeah.
Now, is this a big camp?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
how many men would he have at it, say?
Oh, he'd probably have 50 or 60 men,
Uh-huh.
all cutting with the cord.
Mm-hmm. Now, they cut in hardwood or softwood?
Softwood.
Uh-huh.
Cutting no hardwood at all in them days. Because they had to drive it. Haul it while they could, drop it in while they could drive it.
Uh-huh. Now, they must have driven the river here.
Yeah.
The Cupsuptic River.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Now, it has like number 2 camp here. Now, was that a Brown Company camp?
Yeah. It was all Brown Company camp in them days.
Uh-huh. Now, like, how many men would they have at that camp?
Oh, probably 50 or 60.
Uh-huh. So that was another good-sized camp?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Did you ever tote to this riverside camp?
Yeah. And Arthur Bemis had 3 or 4 camps.
Uh-huh.
The Massachusetts Bog Dam down through the Cupsuptic River.
Huh? Now, who had this riverside camp? Do you know who had that one?
Let's see. Let me see. That was probably Frank Burrell.
Frank Burrell? Uh-huh. Was that another big camp?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
It was Guy Burrell's father.
Now, there's an East Branch camp. Did you ever haul up to that one?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Now, who ran that camp?
I can't remember all them bosses' names. There were so many of them.
Uh-huh.
There was an awful lot of the bosses from the camps.
But hostage bound.
All right. Now, how about this,
It's a wigwam. Is it point out the wigwam and up in the...
now where would that be?
Go up the Cupsuptic River and across and up over Kennebago Mountain. Up on the side of Kennebago Mountain. Let me see who did run that camp up there.
Was Kennebago Mountain?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Some fellow from Rumford. And I can't remember his name now.
Would that be at Otter Camp?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. How about camp number 12? Did you ever tote up into that?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. That was the Brown Company camp?
Yeah.
You remember who the boss was there?
I can't remember who the boss was. Hardly any of them camps going. It's been so long ago.
Uh-huh.
So that's been over 60 years.
Huh? How about number 4 camp?
Well, that was one of the first ones, the very first one. But whatchamacallit was running the halfway camp there, Austin Hinckley.
Uh-huh. Now, where was the halfway camp?
Well, that was up above the wigwam.
Uh-huh.
That was a big set of camps. One time, but once they want all filled when Austin Hinckley log there. There's
And where's this wigwam you were telling me about?
that's on the way to Austin Hinckley's camp.
Uh-huh.
That's when the old Brown Company's camp.
Is that anywhere near the Brown Dam camp here?
Yeah, that was right up handy.
Uh-huh. Maybe you could you locate it here on this map for us, maybe?
Can't see plain enough.
Was it near any mountain or anything like that?
No, I don't think so. There was a lot of mountainous regions up in there. We had to haul up some goddamn steep mountains there, 4-horse teams there, going up there, but now they've gone round them.
Uh-huh.
And then they down up a dam there. There was people logging down through there.
Uh-huh.
There's a goddamn many of them.
Now, this Moose Brook camp over here, did you ever go to that one?
Yeah.
Do you remember who was running that?
Oh, I can't.
Was that a Brown Company camp?
Yeah.
That was Brown Company too?
Yeah.
And there's another place over here on Aziscahawk Lake called Nason's Camp. Did you ever go over to that one?
Nason had a sporting camp there on the river.
Uh-huh.
Down from Pamachini Lake.
Mm-hmm.
You see Pamachini Lake down here?
Yeah.
Down by Nason's camp.
Yeah. Well, this one has Nason's Camp down here on Aziscahawk, down by Hurricane Brook.
Yeah, that's near Pamachini.
Yeah. How about this Flint's camp on the other side of the Aziscahawk? Did you ever haul over to there?
Yeah.
Now, do you know what that guy's name was?
I can't remember any of them. I'll tell you, there was some. Let's see, how's that first name? It was Dinner Blood's relation. I can't remember. He was there a good many years. I'll tell you what some of them big fellows was Dana Blodgett's, let me see, Dana Blodgett used to tote up in that too.
Uh-huh. Now, you said you owned some...
Church. And we stayed there at the Brown Farm.
Uh-huh. Now, the Brown Farm...
That's where you get the Fanjoys.
Uh-huh. Now, is that down here
right on the
by...
river.
Is that down here by the Cupsuptic nursery?
I'll tell you who, down below Fanjoys, Ed Cushman run the Brown Company camp down below Fanjoys. Fanjoy had a logging job.
Uh-huh.
Big logging job up in there, George Fanjoy. And Ed Cushman was running the camp. And I remember he had a goddamn good-looking daughter. And then he went from there to Stratton and took charge for sergeant.
Uh-huh.
A.B. Sergeant. Ed Cushman from the big bosses. He was at Camp Bull Fanjoys then. I forget what the hell they call that camp. I towed it to that camp from Brown Farm there, Cupsuptic nursery place there. That was about 10 miles. And Cushman asked me if I could make 2 trips a day. I said, yes, sir. I had 4 horses and I could make 2 trips a day. In twice I could make 3, for that matter. The way I used to tote up through there. That's after I got down. Then it come then the Indian Rock Bridge went out. I used to tote from Opossum through to Ed Cushman's camp. For the Brown Company, and I just got across the bridge there. That Indian Rock didn't used to have no road, you know. No bridge there like it is now, no road or nothing. No automobile road or nothing. So you had to come down by boat in the summertime. And so the bridge went out behind me, and then I had to up the big Guam up by number 8 camp, and
Just a second here.
you ready?
Yep.
Stan Winslow was the big boss of Cupsuptic Valley of all the camps. That is, you know, the
It's like a walking boss or something like that.
head walking boss of all the camps.
Uh-huh.
And all except Arthur Dumas's, and he took the job right in the Brown Company.
So he was like a direct contract right from
Yes,
him.
sir, he had a contract right from the Brown Company. He paid his own bills, and he paid his own bills. Arthur Dumas had his sons around taking charge of all 3 camps.
Uh-huh.
No,
And he had 1 camp over Langtown.
Uh-huh.
you don't want to have your speaker.
You were telling me about Dumas had a camp over there, Eustis too?
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
he had one over, not the Eustis, but the Langtown.
Langtown, yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
He had his brother over there.
Uh-huh.
And Dumas had 3 camps from Massachusetts Bog down the river, on the other side of the river. When I told him all them camps, as I sold him vegetables, potatoes, stuff, and hauled them up there.
Uh-huh. Did you ever haul, like, from the Brown Company farm up? Did you ever haul any of their supplies up for them?
Oh, hell yes, I hauled supplies from Opossum.
Uh-huh.
Opossum. And it was down at the storehouse there. Oh, what was his name? Married Edna, him, his sister. He had charge of loading the tote teams.
Uh-huh. Now, who owned the tote wagons? Did you own them, or did the Brown Company?
I did.
Uh-huh.
I owned one, and Ed Mustrall owned one, 4-horse team. George Church had a 2-horse team.
Just sucking here. We're all set, Gramp. Set again. You were talking about you and some other guys there toting into Brown Company there.
Yeah.
Mushroll or something like that?
Ed Mustrall and George Church
Uh-huh.
and Chester Johnson and Dana Blodgett was doing some toting.
Uh-huh. Now, we all going to the same camp, or we're
No, different camps.
different camps?
Yeah.
Who would decide who'd go to what camp? Did you have certain camps each person went to, or?
Well, yeah. George Church, he hauled just the halfway camp. He didn't haul over the mountain that was steep.
Uh-huh. Was that because his horses weren't as strong as others, or?
Well, he had just one path.
Uh-huh.
He had to have four. But to hold back any size load, it's not for steep. Ground going down.
Uh-huh. Now, did you have to, like, snub down over any of them hills
No.
in there?
No. No, we had the 4-horse lead poles,
Uh-huh. Now, what was a lead pole?
and then we had bridle chains.
Huh?
Well, we had a false pole run right back to the back end of the pole that was the both whole horses was hitched to.
Uh-huh.
The leaders and we had a chain that run out and it was on an evening.
Uh-huh.
That was a big stick and a chain, and a set of hooks on each end of it, each end of the stick and chain for the leaders.
Uh-huh.
Hoof trees.
Now, last time I was over here, I do believe you were telling me that George Churchill was a total with you.
George Church.
George Church? Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Now, you said he only towed it to the halfway camp.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Now, the rest of you went to all the other camps?
Musgrove and me and some of the companies, goat teams.
Uh-huh. Now, was, like, these camps are spread out all over. Was there any order in which you went to them, or?
Well, yes, we had to go to all the certain camps.
Uh-huh. Now, did, like, each individual driver get assigned a certain camp or something?
Yeah. Most always. Sometimes a new camp was opening up or something, we'd all unload the new camp. Would be a hovel, that would be grain, and the cook camp would be another unloading place.
Uh-huh. Now, like, when they set up a new camp, did you, like, bring in any lumber for them to build with or anything like that?
No, they didn't have to have much lumber. They took it, because it was the tied paper and things like that, but they built in logs. They didn't build no boards.
Mm-hmm.
They logged it.
Huh? Now, one time I was over here and you were talking about the Brown Company on the camps listed on this map. They weren't the old ones. Like, do you know what the numbers were on the camps that were the old Brown Company camps?
God, no, I forgot. See, the old Brown Company was still going when I left. See, the old W.R. Brown. Old Brown. There was another Brown, his brother, I forget his name. And that was a good old company. The Jews got hold of it. Raised heavily up where the headquarters was up in was an inlet.
And
Yeah.
growing?
Berlin, yeah, Berlin, Hampshire.
Uh-huh.
And we didn't tote up there. We just toted to camp. But I was up there a lot of times. Used to go up there. I used to go up there with the car. That is, not winter time, but summertime.
Now, you said one year you ran a camp down on South Bog?
Yeah, I did 2 ones.
Uh-huh. Now,
That is the mill company.
was that
Rangeley Mill Company.
was that up in on the King camp? Was that in where you were working?
No. Let me see. One was, let's see, one was, while I was working was Clyde Ellis Camp. Clyde Ellis Camp over in South Bog Cove. Right over near the job. I guess I was over there too when I had to build a hovel. I built one men's camp. Two was with which. One men's camp I had to build.
Now, like this.
I had no but 2 men's camps. Yes, I guess I had to build 2 men's camps. Tried that was one. And the hovel. A big hovel, keep horses in. Horse barn. I had to build one big horse barn.
Now that must have been a pretty good sized camp then.
Oh yeah. Yeah, let's see, I believe that year I think I got out $1.5 million.
Uh-huh. No.
Next winter I didn't get outside much. Used the same camps. And first winter there was nobody in the Leadman place. In 1929 I had the Leadman place, the big barn, the big house. Amos Ellis was down there, and that was 1929, I think.
Uh-huh.
And then the next winter was 1940. Amos Ellis built the hovel, and there's my crew, and built the hovel, and built 1 or 2 small men's camp. And then I cooked.
Now this Amos Ellis, wasn't he a teamster at one time?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, he worked for me. I think 3 winters worked for me. 1 winter down across the big lake. Then 2 winters he worked down here in South Cove. That was years ago before anything was ever cut. Cut now.
Uh-huh. Now, like, when you cut, did you cut just around the cove, or did you cut further up in on the stream?
Oh, cut way back. Yeah, they said. Back. Well, we was cutting most of the time out towards Black Point, out not too near the shore of the lake, but as Foster's over that. They had the 30-rod strip. We cut down to the 30-rod strip on right along the shore, all but 30 rod.
Uh-huh.
Dixon owned it, and then Foster married Dixon's daughter, and Dixon died, and then Foster, and Foster. And then we cut Clint out through the Black Point.
Huh?
Clint cut under the IP line. IP had a lot of land down in there. Then, and the Oxford give so many acres from the pack went in. That's before the pack went in, of course. We had to lumber all the cut before the pack ever started, and then we. I don't think we cut any after. Can't remember if we cut any after the pack started.
Now
I cut one over on South Bog Stream, way down towards the lake. Lower end of the stream, and to drive it out. And the new man, Thompson, they rented the mill. The new man, Wilson, one of the lumber companies, man that owned the mill there. What the hell was his name? I remember. Jackson. And they'd rented to him. They'd hired him for. They had rented him the mill, and I don't think he was working with that. He was, because he tried to hire me the next winter, that's winter of 42, 41, I was working with them. 39, 40, and 41, I was working with Kempton Lumber Company, and he told them that they was giving me too much money. I heard him in the 2 rooms. He was in the president's room, beside Nampa, and I was out in the waiting room next door. I heard him say, he's paying me too much money on the cab. He says, don't need to get paying that much. Jackson says, well, he says, John Haley, don't sign nothing but an iron-bound contract. He says, he's got to be paid, he says, no other way out of it. He says, he don't fool. He says, he ain't no young kid and you can't bluff him. He says, he even goes right to his contract. He says, he has an iron-bound contract.
This is the end of side 1 of the original cassette. Continues on side 2 of original cassette.
Now you were talking about the mill company here. Now, do you know any of the guys? Do you remember any of the guys who used to work in the mill over there?
Yeah. Phil Antoon used to, and
Do you remember what he did for a job there?
well, he drove team, tended the horses. He drove team, tended the horses, and Elton Dunham worked there. He drove truck hauling logs from over Kennebago's settlement. The Rangeley they cut over in there. After I got done for 'em, hauled it done over there. Elton Dunham worked there, and there was Jim Carter worked for him. That's where he sawed his arm off.
Oh, was he working inside the mill?
Yeah.
He
had one morning before she started, he had his arm on the saw. And when they started the mill, of course, the saw went. Saw went and sliced his arm right off. Lean against it, see, with this. One morning, before the mill started. And, now let me see, George Gallen, he drove the log hauler. They used to have a big log hauler hauling Spotted Mountain. He drove a big log hauler for them. They were hauled about 5 or 6 sleds along lumber, Spotted Mountain. And let me see now, who was that fellow that hung himself that lives where Bigfoot Martin lives now? That big white house. What was his toothacher? What was his first name? It was John Toothacher's boy. Oh, what was his first name?
Well, that's all right.
Toothacher worked for him, and he drove the one-horse cart, and Phil Lindoon drove the two-horse cart, and Bob Haley worked there,
and do you know what Bob did?
No, I don't know. He was working down the lower part of the mill, and I forgot what he was doing. And Lenny West was the bookkeeper there. And let me see. I was trying to think of some more.
Do you remember any of the Sawyers or anything?
Frank Kimpton was one of the Sawyers, and he was the first Sawyer when his brother owned it, Leif Kimpton. Well, Leif Kimpton run the mill there.
You know, this Kempton, he must have been the original owner of the place.
Yeah, Leif Kimpton was the head man there, and I think he owned a mill first himself for Furbush. Get all of it. Furbush and Lee Haley. Lee Haley one of the last owners. And so I remember, let's see.
I thought Lee Haley was a jobber.
Oh, he was a jobber way back years and years ago, but not that day.
Uh-huh.
He owned a share in the mill. And let's see. Well, I can't remember. Later on, one of the Murphy boys was, one of Charles Murphy's boys was, I think it was not Charles Murphy's boy, that's the only name. A Murphy boy sawed there the last of it.
Huh?
And I can't remember his first name. He had a lot of kills.
Oh, that's all right.
I told you about Leroy Toothaker was driving G&D. Leroy Toothaker hung himself.
Uh-huh. Did that...
Later years, he hung himself. Lived right by Bigfoot Mountain. That big white house next to Philanthropus. And a lot of men used to.
Did Compton Lumber Company ever have its own steamboat to haul the booms with?
Yeah, they had their own tugboat. They had what they call the towboat.
Uh-huh.
They had the towboat tow the logs across the lake. It was a regular big steamboat. The big steam tugboat. Yeah. When I was logging, I boomed them out and got them all ready. All they had to do was hook on and drag them across.
Huh?
And,
Now, when you put your booms together, who did you have running out on the booms there? Out on the logs to put the booms together?
We boomed them when the ice was there. So you didn't have to have no particular ones. I can't remember now who. We done the booming after we was, well, not all done, but we done it kind of as we went along. When we got out a good boom log, good straight boom log, we like to have them good and straight, certain size, and then we had one end of the boom tied up the shore. I took both ends of the boom tied up the shore, and then we had to get them together. Sometimes we didn't get them together till after the South Cove went out. Ice went out the lake. And I forgot now who used to bore the boom of the boom log. They had two men on the boom log.
Uh-huh.
Great big, I think 5-inch auger, I think.
Now, these logs that you use for boom logs must have been pretty good size.
Yeah, we had to have big boom logs so they couldn't break. I forget what it was. About a foot to the top. And you have 18 inches to 2 feet to that. Back in them days, they grew big.
Huh?
And we kind of had to pick the boom logs out when it was the right size. But Dan Myers, Joe Myers, worked for me. One was Errol there, and they worked for me out at Long Pond on the Howard Herrick lot and on the George Moore's lot. Didn't belong to George Moore, it belonged to lawyer Butler, Frank Butler.
Huh?
Frank Butler. George Moore's wouldn't buy no stumpage off of him because he didn't own it. He lived there in the house, but somehow.
No,
But I had to do all my business with Frank Butler on them 2 jobs. But that was cutting pulp. Landed it in Long Pond and driving it down into the lake and towing it across. Me and Charles Berry towed the pulp down to Oquassic with, when they drove her down the stream, we hitched her up down at the bridge, and they drove this dam down below the bridge, same as it is now, and I had for so much money I had to cut it and haul it into Long Pond and boom it, or I didn't. Some of it went right to the dam anyway, so I didn't have to boom. I didn't have to boom on one boom, and the rest of it hauled down right to the dam. And there was gates that open, fish screens there to keep fish in the pond, Long Pond. I had to deliver the pulp to Oquassic. Oquassic.
Now, you said that used to go down the drive. Do you remember any of the guys who worked on that drive?
Levinson Melberry and Montford Oaks. And I think Livingston Melberry in Maine, Montford Oaks, and there's a fellow out to married another man's wife out Madrid, and I can't remember what his name was.
Oh, that's all right. Don't worry about it.
And I ought to be able to
Did you ever cut any that went down the Dead River on that drive?
No, I never cut any, but I hauled some. I hauled some off down that way. I hauled some bits that went into Dead River. I hauled some buses that went into Dead River. That was for the that was for the I went right down through to Madison, across the lake, that Stratton Lake, and went right down through to Madison. Went through the water all the way. I cut and hauled some. I was cutting down there, but I hauled some. That was for the company that owns Saddleback there. It was
The Hudson?
yeah. And the Hudson Pulp Baby Company. They called it, named something else. Kennebago.
Oh, Kennebago, yep.
Kennebago, yeah. And
Do you remember whose job that was on that you were hauling from?
well, it was from the Kennebago's on. Kennebago had a lot of foremen. Kennebago had a lot of foremen. A lot of different foremen. And Goose Quimby drove tractor down there. And let me see who else now drove tractor down there. And Bill Thompson worked down there. He was the tractor man, the man that repaired the tractors. And then there's a fella come in with some trucks. Oh, no. I don't know his name. He had a real young woman up to Rangeley Dam camps there. Bill, he was the head boss of all.
Oh, that's all right. You don't have to worry about remembering names and all. That's okay.
He come from New Hampshire.
Huh?
Man come from New Hampshire. And he,
Do you remember that you said they had a lot of foremen for that company? Do you remember who any of the foremen were?
let's see. One of the foremen was Norman Beckwith. And he lived in Sylvester Brackett's daughter, and he lived in Sylvester Brackett's house. And let me see.
Do you remember, did the Kempton Lumber Company, they have a lot of foremen too on their jobs?
No. They hauled front over from Kennebago, Saddleback up on the side of that mountain there, and I can't remember who. I remember Ernest Dunham cut the logs in, Ernest Dunham, and let me see now, who was the big foreman? And I think that Charlie Harris done this scaling, I think. Charlie Harris would have been Woods because he was my neighbor. And let me see who was can't remember the company's full I don't remember. I can't remember so good since I had the cancer.
Well, that's all right. Can't remember. That's okay. Well, that's all right. Can't. Did you ever do any blacksmithing? That's okay.
Yeah.
Now, did you ever do any blacksmithing?
Yeah. Yeah, I had Lexi Blodgett's blacksmith shop. After he died, I bought that. That's where the coach's garage was. I had a garage there once. After I quit blacksmithing, I blacksmithed there. And I had a Frenchman for a blacksmith. He was a good one. And then I had Everett he had two boys. They lived up on Pleasant Street there. And boy, Everett Taylor. I had Everett Taylor for a blacksmith. And
now, did like your blacksmiths? Did they go around to the camps and do any work for any of the camps or anything?
no, they come right to the blacksmith shop. Lexi Blodgett used shoe horses. There. That's what they told me.
Yep.
And
Now, you were telling about the log hauler that they used to have at the mill company?
yeah. And
They had just one?
they had just one. That was a big one. Lombard.
Uh-huh.
George Gallen was operating that, and Nate Albee was steering it. They had to have an engineer and a sailor. George Gallen was taking charge. But that was a long time ago.
Uh-huh.
That's in the early days. And
Now, you said they could put like 5 or 6 sleds on behind?
yeah, 5 or 6 sleds. Tag sleds right on behind each other. And it seems all they can ride down there by the further end of the cemetery, right down to that brook, right across to the mill, right by Russell's land, right to the mill.
But you said the trail went right up on the Spotted Mountain, huh?
Yeah, they had to camp up that Spotted Mountain. I worked up that one when they're chopping Spotted Mountain, and I remember Phil and Toon was up there yarding it down when I was steep. I was up there beside the mountain where the log hauler couldn't go, and Phil and Toon was up there yarding it down, and I think Seed Haley was up there scaling. And Lovell Lawrence, he was up there, I think, check scaling. That was when I was 21 years old. That's been a good while.
Huh.
See, 82, take 21 off and you get
61.
61 years ago. And that's a long time to remember them
Yeah.
things.
Now, do you remember any of the other guys that were in the camp besides them?
Saul Collins was taking charge.
And this is Old Saul, I take it.
Yeah, old Saul Collins was taking charge of the camp. Men.
You said they had a check scaler there?
Yeah,
What was a check scaler?
it was just, I don't know, it was, well, the one was a stumpage and the other one was a check, so if they see if they pulled out enough for a rock, one thing or the low runs.
Oh.
Check. See, who was that? Oh, let me see. I think that work went crazy, I think. I can't remember what he done up there at that Rossville there. Went crazy. Bush. His name was Bush. He married Jim Ross's daughter. His name was Bush, Walter Bush. And this one, the winter, he went crazy when he was up to, he went crazy when he was up in the woods for the Brown Company. When he came out in the spring, his wife went down to meet him, and Leah and I drove up behind him, and we was going into town, and he throwed a red hat, took a red hat off my head and throwed it away, and apparently he didn't go crazy till his wife come to meet him at stayed in Mountain View overnight. And that was when he was working up for the Brown Company. I don't know what he was doing. It's been so long ago.
So staying up there the whole winter sort of got to him, huh?
Yeah. And Walter Bush went crazy, and he got throwed his baby's cap off, and Leah and I picked it up, drove by him and threw it into sleigh, and he says she don't wear it anymore, he says. And he got up, and was going up where Gail Ross, his wife lived and died, up to Jim Ross's, and Walter Bush got out, went to the house there, and he Frank and Toone's oldest boy was
This is the end of
Northeast
tape
Archives of Folklore and Oral History,
T1527.
accession number 1384, tape number T1528.
Interviewing him about logging in Rangeley in the old days.
Tell me about, I think it was Jack Flood and Eddie Collins got in a fight one time.
And Jack Flood and Ed Collins got into a fight. And then the old Indian dropped to fight Ed Collins, and after he licked Jack Flood sent the old Indian up to lick Ed Collins. Ed Collins was leading Frank Burrow's horse. That was a big stable, water. And the old Indian said to Ed Collins, he said, I can lick any goddamn man there is in this town. Well, but Jesus, he says, Ed says, I don't know about you, I don't know what you can, says, but there's some quite goddamn roosters in this town. And so Frank Burrow says, I'll take your horses and lead them to water, and you wet him. And Ed, he was too science for Ed. He was putting it all over Ed. And then Ed grabbed him and down with him and pounded his eye right out on his cheek.
Huh. Do you remember what the name of this Indian was?
I can't remember the name of that Indian. That's so long ago, I can't remember that Indian. That was a decade ago. Because that was 65 years ago.
Now, you were saying this Jack Ross was a pretty big man too?
Jim Ross.
Jim Ross?
Yeah. Jim Ross, his son-in-law married his daughter, was Walter Bush, and he'd been away all winter. And Lee Hill and I drove right up behind him. She went to meet him. He stayed down in Mountain View the night before, and he'd been gone all winter. And he stayed down Mountain View that night. He didn't late. He was really down, working down on the South Arm, down across Big Lake and down beyond that. And Lee Haley and I, she went down to meet him. And he rode up with Alton Quimby up for his white schoolhouse, and then his wife met him there. And Annie Bush Ross, her name was, and by God, he throw the kid's hat out, and Lee and I drove by and threw the kid's hat, the little girl's hat, back at the sleigh, and he says she don't wear red no more. And of course we didn't give a goddamn, and so he got home, and whatchamacallit there, I'm told him Franklin Toonboy was delivering groceries up there at Jim Ross's, and he went up there to the groceries, and Walter Bush, he tackled him, got into a fight with him, and about that time, Jim Ross, he was a powerful man, as Ed Collins, and the deputies, his wife Sheila had called up, Sheila Ross had called up the deputy, Will Thomason, some of his bunch, and they come to arrest him, and he was resisting them. They weren't very much for officers. And old Jim, he'd been up Dallas to get a load of hay, and he drove in the house there, and God, they couldn't take him. And by God, old Jim come along, and he downed Walter Bush's house quick. He downed his house, and they put the handcuffs on him, took him to jail, took him to the crazy house, and he never come out. That was his last trip coming out. And in the woods that winter, Ed Handy was up there working, and I don't know, they had some kind of aggravating. And he knocked Ed Handy down, and Theod Haley was scaling, and Theod Haley yanked him off him and knocked him down, and knocked Walter Bush down. And so Walter Bush never got out of jail. And he never got out of the crazy house, never got out of the insane side.
Mm-hmm.
Walter Bush never got out of the insane side. And Annie Bush, she was a school teacher, and she had this daughter. I can't remember who she married. She didn't get married, she was quite old, but she lived there, Jim Ross, Annie, my knowledge, I can't remember Annie Bush was ever married again. I don't think Annie Bush was ever married. I can't remember.
Huh?
I think she used to teach school, but I remember it.
Now, like, would they have fights often here in town?
Oh, hell. Fights all the time. Fights every other thing. Alexi Roderick was a constable. He went over and let me see, to a camp over to Delaware Pond, while there's somebody staying that wasn't supposed to. The Harold Ferguson and not Roland Melvin. They had a couple of girls over there. Lexi Blodgett and Charlie Boyer went over to arrest them, and one of them jumped right into Charlie Boyer's arms. Either Roland Melvin and Harold Ferguson, I can't remember which. And knocked Charlie Boyer, his little fellow, knocked Charlie Boyer down, and Lexi got the other fellow, and they arrested them two fellows. You know, at this camp, over at Delaware Pond, I can't remember whose camp it was. It's many years ago.
Now, this Lexi Blodgett, wasn't he a blacksmith, you said?
Yeah, and he was a deputy sheriff.
Huh.
He was a deputy sheriff. Lexi Blodgett's a blacksmith and deputy sheriff.
So he must have been a pretty good-sized fellow then.
Yeah, he was quite a big fellow. He wasn't awful tall. He was short and ugly.
Now,
He arrested them two fellows.
they must have had a lot of fights, like when the guys would come out in the spring, wouldn't they?
Oh, God, yes. Fights all the time when they come out of the woods in the spring. There's always somebody fighting. And there's one fellow that George Estey went down to get that was just sailing out on a boat. George Esther used to be the sheriff. Lived right there next to Van Folks' store. The next house to Van Folks' store. And there's a fellow that was wanted for arrest, and I can't remember his name. I thought I knew him. And he was just going out on the big boat, the old big Rangeley steamer. There used to be a Cupsuptic steamer and a Rangeley steamer. The smallest one, the upper deck one, went to South Rangeley to meet the train a couple of times a day, and the Cupsuptic, what they called the Cupsuptic, went to Cupsuptic a couple of times a day.
You were saying they quite often had fights when they came in the spring?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there was always a fight on the street everywhere. In Rangeley, when the woodsmen come out, they all landed there in Rangeley, and there's fights all the time.
They were always fighting pretty rough, were they?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Sam Hall, he was the captain of the old Rangeley boat, and he was married to Tennis, and she had a baby, but a man by the name of Gilman, and Sherm was the captain of the double-decker of the old big Rangeley, and so he went down there one night, told he'd get do a little job on his boat. She mistrusted it. He was after another girl, I can't call her name, so she went down, and she caught him on the upper deck with another woman. She thrashed him out. He lived in the house where that sewer man lives there, Elmer.
Gouverneur? Frenchy Gouverneur?
Yeah. They lived in that big house then. Some did. I can't remember who owned it then. I should be able to, but I can't. So many different people owned that house, I can't remember.
Now, they used to, you told about when you were working down at Bemis there, that you used to catch a ride up to a Cupsuptic on the weekends, on Saturday nights.
Yeah.
Well, what was happening in a Cupsuptic then?
Well, happening in Rangeley, my girlfriend had come to Mason's camp. I was going to the girl from Mason's camp, Sadie Burns. And I got on the train one night. I was taking charge up Summit, setting out trees. We set out several thousand trees that spring. I had a crew up to the Summit. And I got on the train to come to Bemis and walk back, see, along the days of the spring. And this was in May, last of May. And
now, when you were working down to the big lake there, and you said they used to come in on the trains on the Saturday night and go back like Sunday night. They never happened to visit the dead rat while they were coming into a Cupsuptic, would they?
oh yeah. dead rat was always fights and things there.
Uh-huh.
Big crowd from Rumford coming up.
What was a dead rat?
Well, that was what they called a live rat once. And John Lacey owned it. And then he sold it. Can't remember the story now, that man's name he sold French for.
Now, why do you call it the live rat here?
Well, the other end of the street was going strong. Another fellow come in and opened up the other corner, and that got all the business.
Uh-huh. Now, what sort of business did they have here?
Beer business. Overnight lodging and beer business.
Wild women?
I don't know. Well, they had some wild women, but they were out in back. But over at the hotel there that Frank Castino was running. Frank Castino was running the boarding house. We called the hotel. On the back street there was Bossy.
Now, you said they used to have a lot of fights there?
Yeah. Fighting all the time, one place to the other. And they were selling a lot of liquor there. They was all about selling liquor.
Uh-huh. Now, this must have been...
Bootlegging.
I was going to say, this must be just about time Prohibition.
That was bootlegging. No. They was lugging it down from Canada down across.
Uh-huh. Now, didn't they used to like the bootleg just about down through that tote road? Through the Cupsuptic Valley?
All through the camps and everything. There used to be a lot of camps down through that in Canada, down through my early days. I've hauled booze down through there under my horse blankets. But I wouldn't let the men ride. A couple of men, a couple of sacks of booze, but I wouldn't let the men ride, but Lexi Blodgett, he was deputy sheriff, and I had a horse that I just lay the rein onto his rump, and he kicked the daylight right out there. Just laid the rein over him. And Lexi Blodgett, the deputy sheriff, he come along and stopped me, and he and I was great friends. I think they sent some on the train not with the trained men, but with people going up on it.
Uh-huh.
And
you said...
Well, how's your toenail?
Now, you said that you and Lexi Blodgett got into it one day there?
No, we didn't get into it. He and I was good friends. We would ever further. But I had a horse, one pole horse. Put that rein on the outside of his rump, and he'd kick the daylight right out there. And so I did stop just a minute before I dropped that rein out on the outside of his heels went up into the air. I said, Lex, it's kind of a cold morning, I got to get going. That horse was kicking over the tracers. I had my lead pulled in. Most of the time when I was coming down, because then the rigging was all tight. See, they couldn't go into the lead rigging.
Ah.
They couldn't get into lead rigging. Now, I had one gap for some time, but he didn't. Anybody else couldn't handle him. I swapped him off in the spring with Lance Wilbur, and he had to let him have it. He had trade back with me. He had trade with me again because he couldn't handle that horse.
Huh?
So I could handle him in this spot up where you could see it. I'd had him a long time, and he was used to me, and he wouldn't do anything that with me, I'd thrashed him. I'd beat him so much that he didn't dare to do anything with me. And so, I got him back. I got that pair of horses back a couple, 2 or 3 times. Before finally, Frenchman got him somewhere. I swapped him off with Jim Brackett, and Frenchman got him somewhere, and I never got him back again.
Huh.
Yes, they used to bootleg down to. Everybody was bootlegging down there. Classic.
Yes.
I had a blacksmith helping me.
Uh-huh. Now, did you used to go around the camps doing this?
No, I shot horses while I was working to a camp.
Uh-huh.
That was back in First World War, when we was getting out airplane lumber.
Uh-huh. Now, where was this?
This was down at Massey Junction.
Uh-huh.
And I done all the shoeing horses down there.
Huh. Now, who was this job for?
This job, I can't remember which one I took the job. My father and Lee Haley had the job.
Uh-huh.
We're getting out airplane lumber for a government man come around to have us get out some lumber. Airplane.
Do you remember what type it was?
Oh, it was yellow birch.
Uh-huh.
And I had a pair of horses of my own down there. And my father had a pair down there. They took the job. Reading my father took the job. And Claude Loyal took charge.
Uh-huh. Did you have a lot of men working down there that year?
Yeah, I had a lot of men. And Wallace Ham done the cooking. Pilot and Howard Porter was down there cooking, but he had to go on that time that that fellow was killed from Pleasant Island there. What was his name? I knew him real well. I worked with him the year before. He was shot right there. He was shot right there to the...
Otis Bean.
Huh?
Otis Bean.
Otis Bean. Otis Bean was shot when he was working for... he was working for Pleasant Island.
Uh-huh.
And he was running a boat down that Haines Landing, and the train come into Classic, and he had to go up the garage, and they have a Heavy Welch's store. He had to go up to the garage near that store, and Bert Kimball had a public car place there, and he was taking pictures one thing or another, and they never convicted nobody of ever killing Otis Bean, but he was shot.
Uh-huh.
He was shot right there in the garage. There was a light on, electric light on. He had to go up to meet the train every night.
Yeah.
From Pleasant Island.
Uh-huh.
I worked with him the year before, up to the Brown Company.
Uh-huh.
The 4 horses told him. He loved it. Out of the storehouse, out of the Brown Company storehouse.
Uh-huh.
Brown Company's up there right now. I am up there for 40 years. This was 62 years ago.
Uh-huh.
That was some time ago.
Uh-huh. Now, on this wood you got out for the airplanes, did they have a set size, something you had to cut?
Yeah. Yeah, had to be so big and had to be shipped out on the train to Macy Junction. That's when the broad gauge come in, she went out on the train.
Uh-huh. Do you know where they shipped it to?
No, I don't know where they shipped it to. I can't remember now where they shipped it to, because I guess I never knew where they shipped it to. It was loaded down the train on the big flat cars with stakes on them. It was long lumber. It was long hardwood yellow birch.
Uh-huh.
And we here in the father had the job. God, the Lord took charge.
Do you remember any of the other guys that worked there that year?
Scott Sells worked there. For one. Scott Sells, in which Howard Porter cooked, and his wife, and most of the time, but he had to go to court on a murder, on Otis Bean's murder. I spoke about it there. He had to go to court on that, and he was locked up for 30 days. And then his wife had to stay alone at Mesa Junction, Kansas. She was, cook camp was a little ways away from the men's camp.
Uh-huh.
And she didn't want to stay alone, but I can't tell her over I knew her before he ever married her.
This is the end of side 1 of the original cassette. Continues on side 2 of original cassette.
We were telling about this job that your father and Lee Haley had down there for the government. Did they take any more jobs other than that one?
No, that's all. We finished up that job. The war stopped, and we finished up that job. And then we went to Saddleback, and they had another job up there, hauling pulp.
Uh-huh.
For the what was it? That went down across the lake, and that was towed down across the lake. It landed on Saddleback Stream, Cascade Stream. It landed below the dam at Saddleback, and drove down the lake, and it was the Brown Company's wood.
Uh-huh.
And down, drove down the stream and down through Saddleback, not Saddleback Stream, but Cascade Stream, and down into the lake, and then moved out and towed it down to Quasset. Then it went down through Upper Dam and Middle Dam, and that went for the Brown Company in Berlin. That went down through the Berlin.
Uh-huh. Now, how long were you on this job for the government there?
Well, we was on it till about I guess about the 1st of February.
Uh-huh.
We started in November.
Uh-huh.
We had to take our horses down the railroad track, and the train was running then.
Mm-hmm.
Had taken them down to Macy Junction, and to hobble down there for them. My father had a pair, and I had a pair. And I think Lee Haley had a pair.
Huh. And you said they had a fairly good-sized crew there?
Yeah.
Do you remember, like, how many men there were?
Oh, probably 25 men.
Uh-huh.
All together, cutting and hauling, cutting and yarding. And I remember they had Wilfred Giles and Otto Lamb, Otto Wilbur, Wilfred Giles and Otto Wilbur, and they were following the trees behind stumps and everywhere, and I had to go around and I knew how to get them out.
Uh-huh.
And the other fellows didn't.
There was a certain trick to it?
Yeah. Yeah, they didn't know how to put on a rolling hitch on a log to roll them up over the stumps and things.
Uh-huh.
And they didn't have a pair of horses they could take off and maybe take one and maybe sometimes two to load a big hardwood log. And to load them sometimes with the horses. Men couldn't load them.
Huh?
Hell of this was my sled tender.
Uh-huh. Now, how would you load them with horses?
Well, we'd cut a skid, have a skid, put it down to bobsled, and a rolling hitch on the logs. They'd roll and roll with it on top, the bunk, and you could slide them around the way you wanted to.
Uh-huh.
Had pins in the front of the bunk, so you could put your camp dog in and shove them over
Uh-huh.
to the right place,
Mm-hmm.
and then chain them. You had to know how to chain them. You had to chain them across. They'd cross the chain. If it didn't, they'd slip out.
Uh-huh. Now, was there any particular way you did it different from anybody else?
Well, most of them didn't know how to do that. Didn't know how to chain them.
Huh?
Unless the sled tender did. They just simply bound them on and they could slip off. If it was rough or anything, they'd slip off. Slip away.
Now, this was, you said, was during World War I, so they probably didn't have that many experienced loggers there. They were probably all in the Army, weren't they?
Yeah. Now, I was supposed to be in the Army. I was drafted just before I come out of the woods.
Yeah.
A fellow cut my kneecap off. I had a log I had a pulp lifted up. It was hauling the last of the pulp. I had the pulp lifted up, and the fellow struck right under it and cut my kneecap right off, and I went down.
Uh-huh.
That
I'm
stopped.
back. I didn't.
He sleeps out the cavalry.
Now, you said most of these guys were too experienced in the woods. Either that or they were older
Yeah.
guys.
Too old to go. Too young to go.
Uh-huh.
I was just the right age. I was 18 years old,
Uh-huh.
and I was number one. #5A, number one. But after I got my knee cut off, I was laid up for the whole kneecap cut off. I was laid up on crutches for about 9 months.
Uh-huh.
And then I was set back into class 5.
Uh-huh. Now, was this like the year before you did this job for the government, or?
Yeah. Yeah, this is the year before I done the job for the government.
Now, like, did they have a lot of other jobbers in the area working for them, or?
Well, they had them somewhere. I don't know why they had them, but they had them round in different places, round in different towns. This was all the one they had up here.
Mm-hmm. Now, did they ever come up here before or after that?
Never
looking for wood?
Never see them afterwards.
Huh. Now, like in a camp like that, did you have like a filer that did nothing but file the saws and stuff?
Yeah, we had a man that done the filing.
Huh. Do you remember who that was?
I can't remember who that man that done the filing was now. No, I can't remember who done the filing.
Now, like on a job like that, did like your father and Lee Haley supply like all the tools, or did each man bring his own in?
They supplied the tools.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, they supplied the tools. Men and horses and teamsters and things like that.
Now, did these guys get paid by Lee Haley and your father, or?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, they took the job from this fellow that was doing. And I guess he had a contract with the government. That's what I think.
Uh-huh.
To get so much hardwood lumber.
Now, like,
It's such a grade and such a size.
do you remember what grade and size it was?
Well, it couldn't be under 11 inches.
Uh-huh.
The top.
This was all hardwood, you said?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, and to be all hardwood.
Now, like, did these guys get paid? Did this guy pay them at the end of the, like, say, in February when you moved out, or did he pay them as they went along?
Well, they had some trouble with them. Had to go to court with them in order to get all settled up.
Uh-huh.
After they got all done, they had to get a lawyer and take him to court in order to get all the money.
Uh-huh. Was this something that happened quite regularly sometimes, or was it just,
Well, I never had no jobs like that before around Rangeley, no getting out airplane number.
Uh-huh.
This had to be airplane number. Had to be good clear yellow birch.
Uh-huh. Did they say any reason why it had to be yellow birch?
Well, because it's to make planes.
Uh-huh.
That's the only thing that was tough. Wood.
Uh-huh.
Because we didn't have nothing I don't know, maybe they could use basswood if we didn't have any.
Uh-huh.
That going on. You see, that was such a long time ago. 62 years ago.
Yeah.
And it's hard to remember. I know I never come out for the winter until I went to Saddleback. Then I never come home when I went to Saddleback there to haul out.
And that was one of them jobs where everyone stayed in for the whole winter in there?
No. Most of them come out on. But my brother was in there, and he went out quite often, and a lot of them went out on weekends.
Uh-huh.
I suppose to have a good time and go to dances and get something to drink one thing or another. But I always went into the woods and stayed all winter.
Uh-huh.
And I used to go in the woods.
Like in all the camps you stayed at, did they always have a dingle, say, between the men's camp and the cook camp?
Yeah, almost always. Didn't down there. There was no dingle. There was two different camps. One was the old station.
Uh-huh.
One was the old Macy Junction. Well, in front of the station was the old Macy Junction freight shed.
Uh-huh.
And the other, they had to build a camp for the men, and had to build a camp for the horses and men.
Uh-huh.
They had, you must have run building. And the train went down in the morning and back at night, the passenger train, and the freight train went down in the morning and back at night. And Les Toothaker was the engineerman on the freight train.
Uh-huh.
He owned Toothaker Island at that time.
Now, did you ever hear any stories? Like when you were in the camp there, they must have told some tall tales and stuff, didn't they?
Well, I was separate from most of them.
Uh-huh.
I was separate from most of them. The teamsters and the men had two different camps.
Uh-huh. Was there any particular reason for this?
Teamsters had to get up early in the morning, so
Uh-huh.
to wake the other crew up. They had to get up, feed the horses at 5 o'clock in the morning, so they'd go to work at 6, half past.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, there was a men's shack and a teamster's shack.
Now, did they ever tell any stories or anything? Did you ever hear any stories about other guys?
See, there weren't enough teamsters.
Uh-huh.
Probably they did in the men's camp. There weren't enough. There weren't enough in the teamsters.
Now, like, did they ever have any singing, music playing or anything like that in the camp?
Well, they did in the men's camp.
Uh-huh.
They used to. Harris, I remember they used to get him singing once in a while.
Huh? Do you remember any of the songs they used to sing?
And Joe Scott used to sing some. So they sang some songs about Joe Scott. Let's see. Joe Scott was going to marry a woman, and remember that Sam Leonard got drunk and married her, and they made up a story.
Uh-huh.
About Joe Scott resting the gold band upon her hand.
Huh.
And then she and Joe Scott get drunk, and Sam Hunt married her.
Uh-huh.
And then and something happened. She disappeared. I don't remember what happened to her, but he didn't live with her very long. He was married again to Minnie Oaks for many years until he shot himself in Rangeley.
Huh?
He shot himself in Rangeley, and I in Montford Oaks went right over. He shot himself in the barn. And Harold Ferguson lived upstairs, and I don't remember now where I lived. It seems to me John D. Nile owned the house. Seems to me I lived in that house.
Huh?
I can't just remember.
Now, did Joe Scott work in this camp the year you were down there, or did they just sing his songs?
No, he was working for when they was doing all the logging down along the Mechanic Lake.
Uh-huh.
And when Lee Hill and Ed Abbott had a job, Huntoon Adams, Charles Adams, and Huntoon Adams, and there was three of them. Huntoon Adams, and I think Huntoon Adams, and Speller, I think. Hubert Speller, I think, if I recall. And then the next camp was Lee's and Abbott's. And the next camp was Frank Burrell. And the next camp was, the last camp was Port and Thomas. Port and Thomas had all the jobs up and down the lake.
Uh-huh. Now, like this Joe Scott, he used to go from camp to camp, did he?
No, he worked, I can't remember what camp he worked to now, but I think it was Haley and Abbott's.
Uh-huh.
The Haley and Ed Abbott's. Ed Abbott was from Stratton.
Huh? Were there any other guys that used to sing?
That was back in 1914 or 15, I can't remember which.
Uh-huh.
And they had all them. Them was all soft wood, and they had to be loaded on the train.
Uh-huh.
There was 4-foot wood, and they all had to be loaded on the train.
Now, is that where did they boom them over there by where Shelton Noyce has his camp now, where that old mill used to be?
What they landed on the other shore of the lake, over towards Upper Dam, they towed over there in the spring, and they had a saw in that mill. They sawed it up and loaded it and sent it to Rumford.
Uh-huh.
This all went to the Oxford Paper Company and the American Realty Company to us.
Uh-huh.
They owned the mill then, and the Oxford Paper Company next. All this logs that weren't cut on that shore so they could load them on the train was towed across from Wildwood, and the McCormick brothers, they had a job.
Uh-huh.
And I took a crew of men I run a public car at that time, 1924, 25, and I hauled the men down there in a 7-passenger Saddleback across the ice.
Huh?
Down in Wildwood. That's where, and this particular night was when Tom McCormick asked me to eat supper with him. Wallace and Tom McCormick had a job there, and they used to run the boat after Dave Haley died. Dave Haley was the captain of the boat for years, the towboat, the old building, and then Tom McCormick asked me to eat supper with him at about 6 o'clock on a Sunday night. I hauled Guy Brooks' crew down there, Fred Campbell and a bunch of men, and God, I got a call in the middle of the night, and Olin Rose, the undertaker, he wanted me to go down with him and get the body, because he didn't know where to go. On the lake, didn't know where to go across the Mechanic Lake. Christ, I was surprised. And then Wallace, as I say, they run the old Berlin towboat for years after Dave Haley got done, after Dave Haley died. And then Wallace McCormick quit logging. And he moved bought a set of camps, sporting camps. I know he hired me all the time. I was running a public car there for years, and he was hiring me all the time to do his jobs, and bought this sort of overnight camps. And every time he wanted anything, he'd always call me up. Always comic. Liked me. I had to go out and get the singers out to Phillips, stay overnight out there. This in the spring of the year when a lot of cars couldn't get through. And I had to go out there and stay overnight. And go in behind the singers. That was a Catholic. They was Catholics. Catholics have a singers. I'll tell you who one of the singers was. Who was it runs Ball Mountain?
Tremaine?
Yeah, Ronnie Tremaine was one of the singers, and he married Rose Jakes. Still got her.
Like in these camps, like you worked at, did they ever have any problems like the French and the Irish? Did they have all Frenchmen, or did they have a mixture of Frenchmen and Irishmen?
Yeah, they had a mixture of French and Irish.
Did they ever have any problems with them not getting along?
Well, they had some, like down to Bemis, and they had 2 mills there. They was fighting. They had a birch mill down there, and this mill where they cut the logs up and send them to Rumford. And the birch went to a mill there in Rumford, just this side of Rumford.
Swain's Reed's one, I think you told me.
Swain and Reed's mill.
Yeah,
Swain and Reed's. The birch went to. There ain't no mill there now, no building.
They used to have a lot of fights, though, between those Frenchmen and Irishmen?
Yeah. That of Bemis. These birch mills, cutting up mill,
Did like the French have like stay at one mill and the Irish at another? Or?
Yeah. Well, they had a boarding house down there. That was a big outfit down in Bemis at that time. Kennebago owned a big hotel down there.
Uh-huh.
And a storehouse. And he used to come in there, this boat, an upper dam boat, used to come in there and get the passengers and take them up a dam and all that stuff. And one winter, I went, 2 different winters I worked for the upper dam people and had to haul all kinds of cement and things to build a dam with. And I finished it up the last winter. And nobody, was just me. And I got all the wood and ice for Charles Grant and Walter Shedrick. Them was old timers. That was 62 years ago.
Do you know what they needed the cement and stuff for?
For the dam. To build the dam.
And what they used the dam for?
Well, that's where they had to have that dam and had to have gates they could lower and hoist so to send it down. See that pulp all went down through New Hampshire, down the river. And
so you made it for like a Sluicing dam?
Yeah. It'd be a sluice. Tow it down this dam. It's boomed each side of the dam. Sluice it right down. She kept on going down through several dams.
This is the end of tape T1528.